there is a country in the southeastern corner of Europe, tucked between the curve of the Danube River to the north and the warm, shimmering edge of the Black Sea to the east, where the land itself seems to carry memory. It is a country of mountain and plain, of ancient stone and quiet forest, of rose fields that bloom in the early summer and fill entire valleys with a scent so soft it almost seems imagined. Its name is Bulgaria. You may know it only as a name on a map, a small country in a part of the world that doesn't always make the headlines. And yet, if you were to stand in the middle of its capital, Sofia, and look down through the layers of history beneath your feet, you would find Roman roads, Thracian temples, Byzantine churches, and Ottoman mosques, all resting quietly one atop the other, like the pages of a very old book. Bulgaria is one of Europe's oldest countries. Its borders have shifted and shrunk and expanded over more than 13 centuries of recorded statehood. Its alphabet, the Cyrillic script, now used across much of the Slavic world, was born here, crafted by monks in medieval monasteries on instructions from the Bulgarian court. Its folk music uses scales and rhythms so unusual that Western ears often can't immediately place the beat. Its yogurt is considered by many to be among the finest in the world, produced by a bacterial culture, Lactobacillus bulgaricus, that literally bears the country's name. And yet, for all of this, Bulgaria remains quietly understated. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't demand your attention. It simply exists, patient, layered, and deeply, unhurriedly itself. In the time we spend together tonight, we're going to move through Bulgaria slowly. We'll begin where all stories must begin, with the land, with the shape of the place, with the mountains that divide it, and the rivers that trace its edges, and the sea that catches the light along its eastern shore. And then, gradually, we'll move through time. We'll follow the first people who settled here, tens of thousands of years ago, before anything we'd recognize as civilization had taken hold. We'll watch as small communities became complex societies, as chiefs became kings, as kingdoms rose and then were absorbed into larger empires. We'll walk through the streets of medieval Bulgarian cities. We'll sit for a moment in the long, slow centuries of Ottoman rule. We'll arrive, eventually, at the modern country, a member of the European Union, a country in transition, still working out, as so many places are, what it means to be itself in the 21st century. It's a long story. Most true stories are, but there's no hurry. That's rather the point. So find a comfortable position. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breathing slow. We're going to begin in the southeast corner of Europe. We're going to begin with the land, and we're going to take our time. Chapter 1: Location and Geography. Before we can understand a country, before we can speak of its people or its history or the particular way it has moved through time, we have to begin with the land. The shape of a place determines almost everything that happens within it. The mountains decide where people settle. The rivers decide where they trade. The coast decides what they dream of. So let's begin, as all good stories do, at the very beginning. Let's begin with where Bulgaria sits in the world. Bulgaria occupies a remarkable position. It sits in the southeastern corner of Europe, on the eastern half of a rugged ancient landmass, known as the Balkan Peninsula. The Balkans are a region that has always been defined by geography, by the way its hills and valleys have channeled and divided the peoples who've moved through it, creating an astonishing density of different cultures, languages, and histories in a relatively small space. And Bulgaria, right at the heart of it, has felt that pressure perhaps more than most. To understand any country's character, it helps to look at its neighbors. And Bulgaria has always had neighbors. To the north, across the wide, slow sweep of the Danube River, lies Romania. To the west sits Serbia and North Macedonia, countries that share Bulgaria's Slavic cultural roots, though history has at times made them rivals. To the south, the borders press against Greece and Turkey, two nations whose ancient civilizations cast long shadows across Bulgarian soil. And to the east, open, wide, and shimmering in the morning light, lies the Black Sea. These borders are not accidents. They represent the edges of a geography that has been contested and negotiated over thousands of years. Every one of Bulgaria's neighbors has, at some point, claimed parts of what is now Bulgarian land, and Bulgaria itself has at times been much larger and at times much smaller than it is today. The borders you see on the map now are the result of wars and treaties and the painful reorganization of nations that defined the 20th century in this part of the world. If you were to take a globe and trace Bulgaria's position with your finger, you'd find it sitting comfortably in both the northern and eastern hemispheres, positioned in the mid-latitudes, where the seasons are distinct and the climate is temperate but varied. It is the kind of latitude that produces warm, dry summers and cold winters with real snow in the highlands. It's the kind of latitude where agriculture has always been possible, where the growing season is long enough to support settled communities, and where the winters are harsh enough to make people build well and plan ahead. This particular placement in the world, neither too far north nor too far south, sitting at the crossroads between the European heartland and the Near East, has shaped Bulgaria's entire history. It has made it a corridor, a buffer, a prize, and occasionally a battleground. In terms of size, Bulgaria is what you might call a medium-sized European country. Its total area is just under 111,000 square kilometers, roughly 42,855 square miles for those thinking in those terms. That makes it somewhat smaller than England, a little larger than the state of Virginia in the United States. It is not a vast country. You can drive from its northern border to its southern coast in a matter of hours. And yet, within those borders, it packs in a landscape of extraordinary variety. That variety is one of Bulgaria's most striking qualities. Drive across the country from north to south, and you will pass through landscape after landscape. Wide agricultural plains giving way to forested hills, hills rising sharply into mountain ranges, those mountains then descending again into river valleys and, eventually, the warm coast. It doesn't feel like one country so much as several, each with its own microclimate, its own character, its own particular quality of light. The landscape runs in alternating bands that stretch roughly west to east. Plains, then hills, then mountains, then valleys, like the layers of some enormous, slow-moving geological conversation. This banded structure has shaped how the country was settled, how armies moved across it, how trade routes developed, and where the great cities eventually grew. Geographers divide Bulgaria into several major regions, each with its own distinct personality. In the north, the Danubian plain stretches out broad and fertile, one of the great agricultural zones of southeastern Europe, watered by tributaries of the Danube, and long cultivated by the people who called it home. This is a landscape of open skies and grain fields, of rivers winding lazily through soft hills. It feels, in a certain light, like a quieter version of the great European plains further west. Through the center of the country, cutting east to west like a spine, runs the Balkan mountain range, known in Bulgarian as the Stara Planina, the Old Mountain. These are not gentle hills. They are a real mountain range, forested and formidable, historically used as a natural fortress and a place of refuge. North of the mountains and south of them are almost different worlds. The Balkan range has always been a divider of weather, of agriculture, of culture, and of armies. And then, in the south, the landscape rises again into the great massifs of the Rila and Rhodop mountains, high, wild, ancient ranges that shelter deep gorges and pristine rivers and forests so thick they still feel, in places, genuinely untouched. The highest of all these peaks, the highest point not just in Bulgaria, but in the entire Balkan Peninsula, is a mountain called Musala, in the Rila range in the southwest of the country. It rises to 2,925 meters above sea level, or just over 9,500 feet. If you were to stand at its summit on a clear day, you would see a world that seemed to stretch on forever. Range after range of mountains disappearing into the haze, the valleys far below hidden beneath a green canopy, the sky enormous and very, very blue. Musala is not an especially easy mountain to climb, but it is not an impossibly difficult one either, and in the summer months, hikers make the journey regularly. There is something quietly moving about, standing at the highest point of a peninsula, knowing that for hundreds of kilometers in every direction, no piece of land rises higher than where you're standing. Musala has that quality. It is a place of genuine scale. Turn now to the east, to the coast. Bulgaria's eastern boundary is defined not by another country, but by water, by the Black Sea, which gives Bulgaria approximately 354 kilometers, or around 220 miles of coastline. It is not a vast stretch by global standards, but it has been enormously important. The Black Sea is not an ocean. It is more like a very large enclosed inland sea, connected to the Mediterranean only through the narrow Bosphorus Strait in Turkey. Its waters are calmer than the open ocean. Its shores have been inhabited, farmed, fished, and traded along since before recorded history. Bulgaria's Black Sea coast is a mixture of dramatic cliffs, wide sandy beaches, and sheltered coves. The northern coast tends to be wilder. High bluffs, wetlands, the ancient city of Varna sitting proud at the edge of the water. The southern coast is softer, with long beaches and resort towns that fill with visitors each summer. But there are still stretches of the Bulgarian coast that feel remote and untouched, particularly in the spring and autumn, when the crowds are gone and the sea turns a deep, restless grey. If the Black Sea defines Bulgaria's eastern edge, then the Danube defines its northern one. The Danube is one of the great rivers of Europe, rising in the Black Forest of Germany and traveling some 2,860 kilometers before emptying into the Black Sea on the Romanian-Ukrainian border. Along most of Bulgaria's northern frontier, the Danube forms the natural boundary with Romania, moving broad and steady through a landscape of riverside towns and fertile lowlands. The Danube is not just a border, it has always been a route, a highway of water that allowed goods, ideas and armies to move east and west across the continent. Bulgaria's Danubian ports have, at various points in history, been crucial trading hubs. Rus, the most important of them, sits on the Bulgarian bank of the river and has, at times, been one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the entire Balkan region. A place where Bulgarian, Romanian, Ottoman, and Western European cultures met and mingled. The river gave this town its character, and that character has never entirely faded. And finally, we come to Sofia, the capital, the city where much of Bulgarian political, cultural, and intellectual life is centered. Sofia sits in a basin in the western part of the country, a wide, flat-bottomed valley ringed by mountains, with a great dark shape of Vitosha rising just to the south of the city, its peak visible on clear days from almost anywhere in the urban center. It is one of those cities that always seems to have a mountain watching over it. Sofia's location is significant. It lies close to the geographic center of the Balkan Peninsula as a whole, not just of Bulgaria, which helps explain why it has been an important settlement for such a very long time. Roads from all directions converge here naturally. The valley is sheltered and fertile. Water is available from the surrounding mountains. Whoever controlled Sofia controlled one of the most strategically important crossroads in all of southeastern Europe. Today it is a city of around 1.3 million people. It is a city of contrasts, ancient and modern, crumbling and newly built, with Roman ruins visible beneath the floors of its metro stations and glass-fronted office buildings rising a few streets away. It is, like Bulgaria itself, a place that carries its history close to the surface. You don't have to look hard to find it. It is simply there, waiting quietly beneath the ordinary rhythms of the day. So that is the shape of Bulgaria. Mountains and plains, rivers and coast, valleys and high peaks. A small to medium country, sitting at one of the great crossroads of the ancient and modern world, its geography having shaped its destiny in ways that will become clearer as we move forward through time. It is a land that rewards attention, a land where, if you are willing to move slowly and look carefully, the landscape itself begins to tell a story. And now that we know the shape of the canvas, we can begin to fill it in. In the next chapter, we'll step much further back in time, long before any country called Bulgaria existed, long before any of the kingdoms or empires or borders that we now take for granted. We'll go back to the very beginning of human presence on this land, to the first people who walked these plains and sheltered in these mountains and looked out across this sea. But that is for the next chapter. For now, let the geography settle in your mind. The mountains, the plains, the wide northern river, the eastern sea, the capital in its sheltered valley, with a mountain watching over it. Chapter 2. Early Human Presence. We know the shape of the land now. We know where it sits, how it rises and falls, where the rivers run, and where the mountains press up against the sky. But land, on its own, is simply geology. It becomes something more, something richer, something worthy of a story, only when people arrive. And people, it turns out, arrived in Bulgaria a very, very long time ago. We're going to go back now, much further back than kingdoms or borders or anything we'd recognize as a country. We're going to go back to a time before agriculture, before pottery, before writing, before the very concept of a settlement. We're going to go back to the deep past, to the kind of time that makes the word ancient feel almost inadequate. To get there, we'll follow the caves. In the northwest of Bulgaria, in a limestone landscape of hills and river valleys, there is a cave called Kozanica. It is not a dramatic cave by the standards of the world's great caverns. It is not vast or cathedral-like. But what has been found inside it has rewritten the story of human presence in Europe. Archaeological excavations at Kozanica have uncovered remains dated to approximately 1.6 million years ago. 1.6 million years. To put that number in some kind of human context, that is before the species we call Homo sapiens, modern humans, even existed. The beings who sheltered at Kozanica were our very distant ancestors, early members of the Homo lineage, moving through a landscape that would have been almost unrecognizably different from the Bulgaria of today. Colder in some periods, warmer in others, populated by animals that have long since vanished from the earth. It makes Kozanica one of the oldest known sites of human presence anywhere in Europe. The cave wasn't a home in any permanent sense. It was a shelter, a refuge, a place where early hominins paused in their movement across the land. But they were there, and the evidence of their presence has survived, pressed into the rock, for more than 1 million years. Among the most remarkable finds from Kozanica is a small piece of animal bone. It sounds unassuming, just a fragment, discolored by time, unremarkable at first glance. But when archaeologists examined it closely, they found something extraordinary. The bone had been deliberately marked. Lines had been carved into its surface, not by accident, not by the natural action of rock or water, but intentionally, by a hand holding a stone tool. What does it mean that someone carved lines into a bone so long ago? We can't know for certain. We can't climb inside the mind of a being who lived more than 1 million years ago and understand what the marks signify to them. But many archaeologists interpret those lines as evidence of symbolic thinking, of a mind that could conceive of representation, of pattern, of something beyond the purely functional. If that interpretation is correct, then that little bone from Kozanica may be one of the oldest known examples of symbolic behavior in all of Europe. The mind reaches for that and comes up slightly short. It is one thing to know that early humans were here. It is another to hold the idea that one of them, a being who was in some sense the ancestor of all of us, sat in that cave and made a mark on a bone, not to make a tool, not to survive, but perhaps simply to express something, to say something, to make a small gesture toward meaning in a world that must have felt very large and very dark. Now we move forward in time. not by a small amount, but by more than 1 million years, arriving at a period that is still, by any everyday measure, almost incomprehensibly ancient, but that feels somehow more legible to us, because by this point, the beings in question are us. They are Homo sapiens, modern humans, people whose brains work the way our brains work, who felt what we feel, who dreamed and worried and wondered. People who looked up at the same stars we look up at, and almost certainly told stories about them. In central Bulgaria, tucked into the landscape near the Balkan Mountains, there is another cave. It is called Bachokiro. And Bachokiro holds what many researchers consider to be some of the oldest, directly dated remains of modern humans anywhere in Europe. The dates from Bachokiro are staggering in their precision and their age. Using a combination of radiocarbon dating and ancient DNA analysis, techniques that have transformed our understanding of prehistory over the past 2 decades, researchers have established that Homo sapiens occupied the cave somewhere between roughly 45,800 and 43,600 years ago. Some of the remains may push that date back even further, to around 46,900 years ago. Let that settle for a moment. Nearly 47,000 years ago, modern humans were sheltering in a cave in what is now central Bulgaria. The last ice age was still underway. Europe was a cold, largely forested wilderness. Neanderthals still roamed parts of the continent. And yet, there they were, Homo sapiens, almost certainly arriving from the Middle East or the Caucasus, pushing westward through the Balkans, and pausing in this particular cave, in this particular fold of the mountains. Bulgaria, it turns out, was one of the first places in all of Europe that modern humans called, however briefly, home. What those early modern humans left behind at Bachokiro tells us something about who they were, or at least what they were capable of. Among the finds from the cave are stone tools of a distinctly different character from the much older implements of Kozanica. These are blade-like tools, carefully shaped, designed with a level of precision and intentionality that speaks to sophisticated planning and a detailed understanding of how stone behaves when struck at just the right angle. But the tools are not the most evocative of the finds. The most evocative are the personal ornaments, beads, pendants, small objects that were not made for survival but for adornment, objects that speak to identity, to social meaning, to a desire to be seen and recognized in a particular way by other people. We don't know exactly what those pendants meant to the people who wore them. We don't know if they signified status, kinship, spiritual belief, or simply personal taste. But we know they mattered enough that someone took the time to make them and chose to wear them. There is something quietly moving about that, about the idea of a person 45,000 years ago, sheltering in a cave in Bulgaria, the world cold and uncertain around them, taking time to make something beautiful and put it on. Among the human remains recovered from Bachokiro is a fragmented piece of a human jaw, dated to around 44,000 years ago. It is a small thing, just a fragment, not a complete skull or skeleton. But it has generated considerable discussion among researchers because its characteristics are not entirely straightforward to classify. The jaw sits at a point in time and place where modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted, where two human species, extraordinarily similar in many ways and yet distinct, were sharing the same continent, and we now know from ancient DNA evidence, occasionally interbreeding. The Bachokiro jaw illustrates that complexity. It is a reminder that human prehistory is not a clean, linear march from primitive to modern. It is a tangle, a series of overlapping branches, a story of different peoples meeting and mingling in the dark. We are not the only humans who ever walked this earth, and Bulgaria's caves hold some of the most eloquent evidence of the time when that was still true. What makes Bulgaria particularly remarkable in the story of European prehistory is not just any single site or any single discovery. It is the continuity, the unbroken thread, the fact that when researchers look at the archaeological record across Bulgarian territory, they find evidence of human presence not just at one moment in time, but across a vast and largely uninterrupted sequence. From the earliest Paleolithic through the Middle Paleolithic into the Upper Paleolithic, and then onward into the Neolithic, the Chalcolithic, the Bronze Age, and beyond. This kind of continuous sequence is unusual, and it is scientifically invaluable. Most places in Europe have gaps in the record, periods where human presence seems to thin out or disappear entirely, perhaps because of climate shifts or migration, or simply because the evidence hasn't survived. Bulgaria has fewer such gaps than almost anywhere else on the continent. It offers something close to an unbroken documentary of human life in Europe, from the very earliest chapters to the ones we recognize. Let us move forward again, though still into a past that feels almost impossibly remote. Around 6000 BC, a quiet revolution began to unfold across the landscapes of what is now Bulgaria. It did not happen overnight. It did not happen dramatically. It happened slowly, the way most real transformations do, one season at a time, one generation at a time, in ways that the people living through it may not even have recognized as change. Farming arrived, or rather, farming spread, carried westward and northward by communities who had been practicing it for generations in the Near East, moving gradually up through Anatolia and into the Balkans. In Bulgaria's plains and river valleys, people began to cultivate crops, to tend animals, to stay in one place long enough to build structures that could be called homes. This was the Neolithic, the New Stone Age, and it marked the beginning of something genuinely new in the human story: settled life. The shift from a nomadic or semi-nomadic existence to a settled farming one is hard to overstate in its significance. It changed everything: the relationship with the land, the organization of communities, the accumulation of resources, the development of social hierarchies, the possibility of making things, ceramics, woven cloth, complex tools that required time and a fixed location to produce. Bulgaria's river valleys and plains, fertile and well-watered, were among the first places in Europe where this new way of living took hold. Time moves forward again. By the 5th millennium BC, roughly 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, the communities of what is now Bulgaria had mastered stone and bone and clay, and they were beginning to work with something new, something that must have seemed, to the people of the time, almost magical: metal. Copper was the first metal that humans learned to extract and shape in this part of the world. It occurs naturally in the Balkan Mountains, and at some point, through observation, through experiment, through the kind of slow, patient trial and error that our ancestors were extraordinarily good at, people learned that certain rocks, when subjected to intense heat, would yield a soft, gleaming substance that could be hammered and shaped into forms that stone never quite achieved. Copper doesn't hold an edge as well as flint, but it doesn't shatter. It bends rather than breaks, and it can be melted down and reshaped, a flexibility that stone simply cannot offer. This period, the Chalcolithic or Copper Age, was a turning point, not just technologically, but socially. The ability to work metal required specialized knowledge and skill. It likely meant that certain individuals within communities became particularly valued for their expertise, the beginnings perhaps of the kind of social differentiation that would eventually produce craftsmen and chiefs, and much later, cities and states, spread across the Bulgarian landscape, in its plains, its river valleys, along the edges of its lakes and wetlands. There are the remains of dozens, perhaps hundreds, of prehistoric settlements, Neolithic villages where houses were built of timber and daub, arranged in patterns that suggest something like a planned community. Chalcolithic sites where the evidence of metalworking sits alongside elaborate pottery, and the graves of people buried with objects that suggest they held status and meaning in life. These were not simple scattered bands of people barely surviving. The archaeological evidence, and Bulgaria has some of the richest prehistoric archaeology in all of Europe, suggests societies of considerable complexity, societies with trade networks that stretched across hundreds of kilometers, societies with ritual practices and artistic traditions, societies that were, in the deepest sense of the word, civilized, even if no one had yet invented writing or coined a word for what they were. One of the most striking pieces of evidence for this complexity is the Varna necropolis, a Chalcolithic cemetery discovered near the Black Sea coast in the 1970s. Among its graves, archaeologists found the oldest known worked gold objects in the world: gold jewelry, gold ornaments, objects of extraordinary craftsmanship, buried with individuals who were clearly understood in life to have been people of great importance. More than 6,000 years ago, on the shores of the Black Sea in what is now Bulgaria, someone was burying their dead with gold. This is where we rest at the end of this chapter. Not at the beginning of Bulgaria. There is no single beginning, no clean starting line. But deep in the long, layered story of human life on this particular piece of land, a story that reaches back through Neolithic farmers and Chalcolithic metal workers, through the ornament wearers of Bachokiro, all the way to the anonymous hominins who sheltered in Kozanica cave when the world was almost unimaginably different from the one we know. What all of these people had in common, across all those thousands and millions of years, is that they found this land worth staying in, worth sheltering in, farming in, burying their dead in, adorning themselves in, making things in. That is not a small thing. That is, in fact, the beginning of everything. In the next chapter, we'll watch as these early communities begin to develop into something more recognizably organized, into the early societies and daily lives that preceded the first true states. We'll meet the Thracians, We'll look inside a Bronze Age home. We'll begin to understand what life actually looked and felt like for the people who called this place their world. But for now, let the deep past settle around you. All those thousands of years, all those quiet lives, all that patient, unhurried time. Chapter 3: Early Societies and Daily Life. In the last chapter, we traced the long arc of human presence on Bulgarian soil, from the first hominins sheltering in limestone caves more than 1 million years ago, to the early farming communities of the Neolithic, to the copper-working peoples of the Chalcolithic, whose graves glittered with gold. We moved through enormous stretches of time in relatively few words, because the evidence from those earliest periods is fragmentary. Bones and tools and hearth ash, the traces of lives rather than the lives themselves. But now we can slow down a little. Now we can begin to look more closely. Because as the centuries pass and the archaeological record grows richer, something remarkable starts to happen. Daily life begins to come into focus. We begin to see not just that people were here, but how they lived, what they ate, what their homes looked like, what kept them busy from one sunrise to the next. And in that ordinariness, in the grain stores and the cooking pots and the worn down edges of tools used 10,000 times, a world begins to emerge. Let's step inside it. Picture a river valley somewhere in what is now Bulgaria. The year is somewhere around 5,500 BC, roughly 7,500 years ago. The landscape is quieter than it will one day become. The forests press closer to the edge of the cleared land, but along the riverbank something is taking shape. A cluster of structures, low walls of clay and wood and woven reeds, thatched roofs, the smell of wood smoke and damp earth and animals. This is a Neolithic settlement, one of thousands that dotted the Bulgarian landscape during this period. These were not temporary camps. They were intended to be permanent, or at least semi-permanent homes, places where a community had decided to root itself, to invest in the land, to stay. The choice of location was never accidental. Settlements were placed near water, beside rivers, beside lakes, in low valleys where springs ran reliably. They were placed where the soil was workable, where fuel was available, where the community could see far enough in every direction to feel reasonably safe. The houses themselves were built of whatever the local landscape offered. Clay daubed over wooden frames, walls woven from reeds and plastered smooth, floors hardened by use and occasional relaying. As communities grew and as generations passed, the houses grew too. Some developed multiple rooms, a rare luxury in a world where most people lived their entire lives in a single shared space, but evidence of a growing complexity in how people organized their domestic lives. The rhythm of daily life in these settlements was shaped, above all else, by the seasons. Spring meant planting, wheat and barley pressed into the turned earth, legumes sown along the edges of fields, the careful work of establishing another year's food supply. Summer meant tending, weeding, watching, worrying about rain and sun in the right proportions. Autumn meant harvesting, the most exhausting and the most communal of all the agricultural tasks. The work that required every able body in the settlement to be out in the fields from dawn to dark. Alongside the crops, animals moved through the daily life of these communities. Cattle grazed on the margins of the cleared land and provided milk, hides, and eventually meat. Sheep and goats were kept for wool and dairy as much as for flesh. Pigs rooted at the edges of the settlement, eating scraps, requiring little management, providing a reliable source of food at the end of the season. This combination, crops and animals, field and pasture, plant and beast, was the engine of Neolithic subsistence. Neither alone was sufficient. Together, they made settled life not just possible, but in good years, genuinely comfortable. Fact 2. Early farmers cultivated wheat, barley, and legumes, and raised cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs, combining crop farming with animal husbandry as the basis of daily subsistence. To do all of this work, to plant and harvest and butcher and grind and build and repair, people needed tools. And for most of the Neolithic period, those tools were made primarily from the same materials human hands had been working for hundreds of thousands of years: stone and bone. Stone sickles with blades of knapped flint, hafted into handles of wood or bone, swept through the standing grain at harvest time, still sharp enough after all these millennia that experimental archaeologists using replicas can harvest a field almost as quickly as with a modern scythe. Hoes of wood and bone broke the soil before planting. Grinding stones, heavy, flat, work smooth by constant use, converted grain into flour with the kind of slow, rhythmic effort that must have filled many hours of many days for the women and men who performed it. And then, gradually, something new began to appear alongside these ancient materials. Copper tools, at first rare, perhaps prestigious, perhaps used only for particular tasks or by particular people, began to supplement and eventually in some contexts replace their stone equivalents. A copper awl, a copper chisel, objects that were harder to make but more flexible in use, and that carried with them a certain quality of modernity, of technological ambition. The future arriving quietly, one tool at a time. Not all early Bulgarian settlements were alike. While most were farming villages oriented around the rhythms of the agricultural year, some developed more specialized identities, organized around a particular resource or particular skill that set them apart from the communities around them. Among the most extraordinary of these is a site known as Provadia Solnitsata in northeastern Bulgaria. Solnitsata means, in Bulgarian, salt works, and that is exactly what this place was. A Chalcolithic settlement, active roughly between 4700 and 4200 BC, built around the exploitation of a powerful and precious local resource, salt. The site sits atop a rock salt deposit, and the people who lived there developed an industrial-scale operation for extracting it. Boiling brine in large ceramic vessels over fires, evaporating the water and collecting the salt that remained. The scale of production far exceeded what the local community could ever have consumed themselves. Solnitsata was producing salt for trade. The settlement's physical form reflects this specialized purpose. The houses were built of clay, carefully plastered, arranged within a fortified enclosure. Walls and ditches that speak to the value of what was being produced inside and the need to protect it. Some of the buildings appear to have been dedicated specifically to salt production, rather than domestic life, which makes Solnitsata one of the earliest known examples of truly specialized, non-domestic architecture in Europe. What was it like to live at Solnitsata? To wake up each morning in a clay-plastered house inside a fortified enclosure, knowing that the day's work was going to involve fire and brine, and the patient, repetitive labor of salt production. We can piece together something of that daily texture from the archaeological evidence. The community kept cattle, large numbers of them, judging by the bone assemblages, both for their own sustenance and perhaps as part of the trade economy that salt enabled. Salt-preserved meat is a far more stable food source than fresh meat, and it's quite possible that the people of Solnitsata were engaged in a broader preservation and exchange economy, trading not just raw salt, but salted goods across the wider region. Alongside the economic activity, there were rituals. Figurines have been found at the site. Small clay objects, many of them female in form, associated with fertility and perhaps with the spiritual dimensions of a community whose livelihood depended on the reliable functioning of a natural resource. The fires had to be kept burning. The brine had to keep flowing. In a world where the line between practical and sacred was drawn very differently from the way we draw it today, it would not be surprising if the salt boiling process itself was understood to carry spiritual weight, a transformation of water and earth into something precious, repeated day after day, season after season, year after year. One of the things that burials tell us, in any period, in any culture, is what a society considered worth taking into death. At Solnitsata and at other Chalcolithic sites across Bulgaria, the graves begin to reveal something important. Not everyone was buried the same way. Not everyone took the same objects with them. Some graves contain only the body. Others contain ceramic vessels, carefully made, sometimes decorated, placed near the deceased as if for use in an afterlife. Some contain copper tools, their presence speaking both to the practical value of metal and to the status of the person with whom they were interred. And some contain objects that seem to have been purely ceremonial, items made not for daily use, but for the act of burial itself, objects whose meaning was ritual rather than functional. This variation in burial goods is significant. It tells us that by the Chalcolithic period, the flat social world of the earliest farming communities, if it ever truly existed, had already given way to something more differentiated. There were people within these communities who were understood to be more important, more wealthy, more powerful, or more spiritually significant than others. The seeds of social hierarchy, which would eventually produce kings and nobles and slaves, were already germinating in the grave goods of Bulgarian Chalcolithic burials 6,000 years ago. There is another dimension of early Bulgarian settlement life that deserves attention, and it is a less comfortable one. Peace is not the whole story. The evidence from sites like Tel Unat site, a large Neolithic and Chalcolithic settlement in the Thracian plain, suggests that the people who built these communities were also people who worried about violence, who planned for it, who invested significant labor in protecting themselves against it. Tel Unat site was densely built, its structures packed close together within a defined boundary. It was fortified, surrounded by ditches and walls that were not accidental features, but deliberate defensive works. This required communal organization and communal effort on a considerable scale. Digging a ditch around a settlement, building and maintaining walls, keeping watch. These are not the activities of people who feel entirely secure. They are the activities of people who know that other people exist, that those other people may want what you have, and that you had better be prepared. It is a sobering reminder that even in deep prehistory, human life was not simply a pastoral idyll. Settlement brought competition. Resources, fertile land, salt deposits, river crossings, trade routes had value, and value creates conflict. The fortifications at Tel Yunat site and sites like it are early evidence of something that would define the human story in this part of the world for the next 7,000 years. We move forward now through the Bronze Age, through centuries of gradual change and increasing complexity, and we arrive at a people who will dominate the Bulgarian story for a very long time. A people who are, in many ways, the first inhabitants of this land, whom we can speak about not just in terms of what they left behind in the earth, but in terms of what ancient writers recorded about them. Their name is one of the great names of the ancient Balkan world, the Thracians. The Thracians were not a single unified nation in the modern sense. They were a collection of tribes and subgroups, speaking related languages, sharing cultural practices, occupying an enormous swath of territory that stretched across what is now Bulgaria, northern Greece, and parts of Turkey, who were recognized by the ancient Greeks and Romans as a distinct and formidable people. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, described the Thracians as the most numerous people in the world after the Indians. Whether or not that was accurate, it speaks to a Greek sense of the Thracians as a major presence on the edge of their world. Numerous, vital, and not to be taken lightly. Thracian society was organized along lines that would become familiar in many ancient cultures. A hierarchy of birth and power, with those at the top defined by their access to wealth, to warriors, and to the gods. At the apex were the kings, the tribal leaders whose authority was understood to be both political and sacred, whose courts were places of feasting and display, and the careful management of loyalty. Below them, a class of nobles and warriors, and below those, the great majority, free farmers and craftsmen and herders who worked the land and produced the goods that made the whole structure possible. For the vast majority of Thracians, the farmers and herders and craftspeople who made up the base of this social pyramid, daily life was humble and physically demanding. Their homes were simple, single-room structures built from wood and clay and reeds, not so different in their basic construction from the Neolithic houses that had stood on the same land 3,000 or 4,000 years earlier. A family's entire domestic existence unfolded in that one room, cooking, sleeping, storing food, sheltering animals in the coldest months, carrying out the small repairs and productions that kept a household functioning. All of it in the same shared space, under the same roof, in the warmth of the same fire. It was a life with very little privacy and very little quiet. Children and parents and grandparents, and sometimes animals in close proximity. The sounds and smells of daily existence, bread baking, animals shifting, wood smoke drifting, all overlapping in a space that by modern standards would feel almost impossibly cramped. And yet people lived in these spaces, generation after generation, and the communities they formed and sustained were apparently rich enough in social texture and meaning to persist for centuries. Outside the walls of that simple house, Thracian daily life was rich and varied. The fields required attention through the growing season, grain crops, but also grapes, because the Thracians were vigorous wine producers and wine drinkers, a fact noted with some admiration and some alarm by the Greeks who encountered them. Livestock grazed on the hill pastures. Hunters moved through the forests after deer and boar. Potters worked clay into vessels. Metal workers, and the Thracians were accomplished metal workers, producing gold and silver objects of extraordinary artistry, hammered and cast in workshops that were centers of both skill and status. And then there were the feasts, the rituals, the moments when the ordinary texture of daily life gave way to something larger. Communal gatherings organized around religious observance, around the celebration of seasonal turning points, around the reaffirmation of social bonds and hierarchies that kept the community coherent. Thracian religion was vivid and physically expressive. Their rituals could involve music, dance, wine in quantities that would have felt extreme even by ancient standards, and animal sacrifice. These were not quiet inward affairs. They were performances, occasions on which the order of the world was rehearsed, and the relationships between people and their gods, and between people and each other, were renewed and reinforced. In those feasts and rituals, you can feel the pulse of a living culture, not just a list of facts about an ancient people, but the warm, breathing reality of communities bound together by shared belief and shared celebration, by the passing of the wine cup and the smoke of the sacrificial fire and the sound of music rising into a Thracian night sky, 7,000 years after the first farmers broke the soil of these same valleys. This is the world we've been walking through in this chapter. The world of ordinary people, living ordinary lives, in a land that was already old by the time they arrived. Neolithic farmers in their clay and reed houses, salt workers at Solnisada tending their fires, the buried dead at Chalcolithic cemeteries with their copper tools and ceramic vessels, Thracian families in single-room homes, waking before dawn to begin another day of farming and herding and making and mending. None of these people thought of themselves as ancient. They were simply alive, in the present tense, doing what needed to be done. The weight of history we now place on them would have been invisible to them. They were just people, trying to eat, to stay warm, to raise children, to please the gods, to get through the year. In the next chapter, we'll watch as these communities, these villages and tribes and loose confederacies, begin to coalesce into something new, into the first organized states that we can recognize as precursors to what will eventually become Bulgaria, into kingdoms, and the complicated, violent, glittering story of political power on the Balkan Peninsula. But that chapter can wait. For now, let the simplicity of these ancient lives settle around you. The warmth of the fire, the smell of baking bread, the sound of the village settling into sleep. Chapter 4. First Organized States. There is a particular moment in the story of any people, a threshold that, once crossed, changes everything that follows. It is the moment when scattered tribes and villages and loosely connected communities begin to recognize themselves as something larger. When a king emerges who is strong enough, or clever enough, or simply compelling enough to draw the threads of separate peoples together into a single, functioning political body. When, for the first time, a map could be drawn that would show a state. On the land that is now Bulgaria, that moment has happened more than once. The first time, it happened a very long time ago, in the age of bronze and iron, in the world of ancient Greece and Persia, when the Eastern Balkans were known not as Bulgaria, but as Thrace. And the people who built the first large organized state here were not yet Bulgarians in any sense we would recognize. They were Thracians. Specifically, they were a tribe of Thracians called the Odrysians. And what they built was, by any measure, remarkable. The Odrysian kingdom was the first large organized political entity in the Eastern Balkans. Not a confederation of loosely allied tribes occasionally cooperating, but something more coherent. A kingdom with a recognizable center, a ruling dynasty, a system of tribute and administration, and ambitions that extended far beyond the village or the valley. It was, in the strictest sense, a state, and its emergence represented a profound shift in the way the peoples of the Eastern Balkans understood themselves and their relationship to power. The Odrysians were one of the more powerful of the many Thracian tribal groups that populated the region. But for a long time, they were simply one tribe among many, influential in their territory, but not dominant across the broader Thracian world. What changed that was the arrival of a king capable of thinking at a larger scale. His name was Teres. The Greeks called him Teres I to distinguish him from later rulers of the same name, and it was he who, somewhere around 460 BC, began the work of uniting the Thracian tribes of the Eastern Balkans into a single political body. The process was not gentle. It never is when one power absorbs others. But Teres was apparently skilled at both warfare and negotiation, knowing when to fight and when to offer terms that a smaller tribe might find attractive enough to accept. The result was the Odrysian kingdom, a union of previously separate tribes operating under the authority of the Odrysian ruling house, with a shared structure of tribute and allegiance that held the whole thing together. It emerged in the early 5th century BC, the same era that produced the Persian Wars and the height of Athenian democracy, a period of political energy and upheaval across the entire Mediterranean and Balkan world. Teres built something that would outlast him, and in doing so, he gave the Eastern Balkans its first taste of organized statehood, a taste that, though the Odrysian state itself would eventually dissolve, set a template for everything that came after. At its height, the Odrysian kingdom was not a small or peripheral power. It controlled territory across most of what is now Bulgaria, extending south into parts of northern Greece, west through European Turkey, and north into southeastern Romania. It was, measured by the standards of its time and place, a genuinely major regional power, one that the great empires and city-states of the ancient world could not afford to ignore. The Greeks certainly did not ignore it. Athens, in the 5th century BC, maintained a careful diplomatic relationship with the Odrysian court because the Thracian kingdom controlled trade routes that mattered to Athenian interests, and because Odrysian warriors were among the most feared fighters in the ancient world. Thracian mercenaries served in armies across the Greek world. Thracian cavalry was particularly prized. Horsemen, raised in the open country of the Balkans, skilled and aggressive, in a way that the more urban Greek soldier often was not. To stand at the court of the Odrysian king at the height of his kingdom's power would have been to stand at a genuine center of Balkan political gravity, a place where ambassadors arrived from distant cities, where tribute came in from subject tribes across hundreds of kilometers, where the business of a major regional state was transacted in the feasting halls and the council chambers of a Thracian royal court. What held the Odrysian state together was a combination of hereditary royal authority and the controlled flow of wealth. The king's power was understood to be legitimate partly by birth. The Odrysian dynasty carried its authority from generation to generation, and partly by his ability to reward the warrior aristocracy who formed the backbone of the state's military power. These were not bureaucratic administrators, but fighting nobles, men whose loyalty was maintained through the distribution of tribute, gifts, and the spoils of successful campaigns. That tribute came from subject tribes who had been brought within the Odrysian orbit, some by conquest, some by negotiation, some by the simple calculation that it was better to pay tribute to the Odrysians than to fight them. The trade routes that passed through Odrysian territory, connecting the Aegean world to the north and east, generated wealth that flowed upward through the system, enriching the king and his closest nobles, and giving the state the resources it needed to project power. It was an elegant system in its way, brutal at its edges, as all ancient political systems were, but functional, capable of maintaining a large, diverse territory under a single political authority for more than a century. But states, however powerful, do not last forever, and the Odrysian kingdom carried within it the seeds of its own eventual dissolution. The system of tribute and aristocratic loyalty that held it together was always vulnerable to the pressures of internal competition, rival claimants to the throne, nobles whose ambitions exceeded their loyalty, subject tribes watching for any moment of weakness in which to reassert their independence. And then, from the west, came a force that no Thracian kingdom could ultimately resist. Macedon, under Philip II, and then, even more dramatically, under his son Alexander the Great, the Macedonian kingdom expanded with extraordinary speed and violence across the Balkans and beyond. The Odrysian kingdom, fragmented by internal divisions and outmatched militarily, was absorbed into the Macedonian sphere. Its independence was extinguished, its lands passed to Macedonian control, and then in time to Roman control. As the great empire of Rome swept eastward and made the Balkans a province rather than a collection of sovereign kingdoms, the Odrysian state was gone, but it had left something behind, a precedent, a memory, however dim and fragmentary, of what organized political life on this land could look like. That memory would matter many centuries later, when another people arrived on the banks of the Danube with ambitions of their own. We are going to make a significant jump now, not a short one. We're skipping over several centuries of Roman rule, of late antique turbulence, of the great migrations of peoples that reshaped the European map in the years following the decline of the Western Roman Empire. It is a rich and complicated period, and it deserves its own telling. But tonight, we are following the particular thread that leads to the country called Bulgaria, and for that, we need to arrive at the 7th century AD. By this point, the Eastern Balkans are part of the Byzantine Empire, the eastern successor state of Rome, centered in Constantinople, the city on the Bosphorus that would stand as the greatest city in the Christian world for 1,000 years. Byzantine control of the Balkans is under constant pressure from Slavic peoples who have been moving into the region in large numbers since the 6th century, from the Avars, from various other groups pressing against the empire's northern frontiers. The land that is now Bulgaria is a frontier zone, partially Byzantine, partially Slavic, partly in the hands of nobody very firmly. Into this uncertain landscape, in the late 7th century, came the Bulgars. The Bulgars were a people of the Eurasian steppe, skilled horsemen, organized along tribal lines, with a military capacity that had made them formidable players in the complicated politics of the region north of the Black Sea. Under a leader named Asparuh, they had been moving westward and southward, and by the 670s and 680s, they had settled in the territory north of the Danube, in what is now southern Romania. The Danube was, at that point, one of the main defensive lines of the Byzantine Empire. South of the river was Byzantine territory, north of it was frontier, and the Bulgars, under Asparuh, decided to cross. In 680 or 681 AD, the exact year is debated, but the event itself is not. Asparuh led his Bulgar forces across the Danube and defeated a Byzantine army sent to stop them. It was not a small skirmish. It was a decisive military engagement, and its consequences were profound. The Byzantines, unable to dislodge the Bulgars, found themselves obliged to negotiate. And what emerged from that negotiation was something that had not existed before. A new state, south of the Danube, with its own ruler and its own territory, recognized, however grudgingly, by the great empire to the south. The first Bulgarian Empire had been born. The peace treaty that followed the Bulgar victory was an extraordinary document. Not because of its terms, which were humiliating enough for Byzantium, that the Emperor Constantine IV reportedly wept when he learned of them, but because of what it represented. Byzantium, the mightiest Christian empire in the world, was agreeing in writing to recognize a new barbarian state. On territory it considered its own. It was ceding lands south of the Danube. It was agreeing to pay an annual tribute, meaning money would flow not into Byzantine coffers, but out of them northward to the new Bulgarian ruler. That treaty of 681 is the moment that historians point to as the formal birth of the Bulgarian state. It is the moment when Bulgaria appears on the map, not yet with that name, not yet with the culture and religion that would define it, but as a political reality that the most powerful empire in the region had been forced to acknowledge. It is, in every meaningful sense, Bulgaria's founding document. Every new state needs a capital, a physical center around which political authority can organize itself. For the early Bulgarian state, that capital was Pliska, in the northeastern part of the country, not far from the Danube. Pliska was not, in its early years, an especially imposing place. It was a fortified camp, an administrative center, built to serve the military and political needs of the new state, rather than to impress visitors with architectural grandeur. But over time, it grew. Walls were built and rebuilt in stone. Palaces rose. The space between the outer earthwork defences and the inner citadel filled with the infrastructure of a real capital city. Pliska was the heart of the Bulgarian state for more than 2 centuries, and then, in 893 AD, the capital moved to Preslav, a city whose very name speaks to ambition, the word meaning something like glory or fame. Preslav was built and developed as a conscious statement. This was a great state, with a great capital, worthy of comparison with Constantinople itself. Its churches and palaces, its decorated tile floors and golden objects, its scriptoriums where manuscripts were copied and literary culture flourished. All of it spoke to a kingdom that had grown over 2 centuries into something its Bulgar founders might barely have recognized. The Bulgarian state of the 7th and 8th centuries was not a single, culturally homogeneous entity. It was, at its heart, an alliance, sometimes tense, sometimes productive, between 2 very different peoples. The Bulgars provided the ruling elite and the military organization, the Khans, the warrior nobility, the administrative framework that held the state together. But the Bulgars were, numerically, a minority. The majority of people living within the new state's borders were Slavs, farmers and craftspeople who had been settled in the Balkans for generations and who had their own language, their own customs, their own way of organizing village life. Over time, and it took generations unfolding so gradually that no single person could have watched it happen, the cultural balance shifted. The Bulgar language began to give way to the Slavic one. Bulgar customs began to blend with Slavic ones. The ruling class began to adopt the language and culture of the people they governed, a process that was as much practical as it was inevitable. You cannot rule a population in a language they don't speak, at least not for long. What emerged from this slow fusion was something new. A Bulgarian identity that was neither purely Bulgar nor purely Slavic, but a synthesis of the two. A people forged over centuries from the meeting of steppe horsemen and Balkan farmers, bound together by shared territory, shared governance, and eventually shared faith. By the end of the 9th century and into the early 10th, the First Bulgarian Empire had reached the peak of its power and cultural achievement. Under Tsar Simeon I, known to history as Simeon the Great, a ruler of formidable military and intellectual gifts, Bulgaria became the dominant power in the Balkans. Simeon fought wars with Byzantium and won them, more often than not. He pushed the empire's borders to their greatest extent. He came close on more than one occasion to taking Constantinople itself. But Simeon's legacy rests on more than military conquest. He was also a patron of learning and of the new Slavic literary culture that had been developing since the work of Saint Cyril and Methodius in the 9th century. The monks who had created the Glagolitic alphabet, the precursor to the Cyrillic script that now bears one of their names and is used across the Slavic world. Under Simeon, Bulgarian became a language of literature and theology and law. Schools were established, manuscripts were produced, the Preslav Literary School became one of the great intellectual centers of the medieval Slavic world. Christianity, adopted by Bulgaria under Tsar Boris I in 864, had given the Bulgarian state a shared spiritual framework and had opened the door to the broader world of Byzantine and European civilization. By the early 10th century, Bulgaria was not a peripheral frontier state, but a major power, shaping the politics of the region, spreading literacy and Christian culture through the Slavic world, and laying down the foundations of a Bulgarian identity that would prove remarkably durable across the tumultuous centuries that followed. This chapter has covered an enormous sweep of time and transformation, from the first organized Thracian kingdom of the 5th century BC, through the long centuries of Macedonian and Roman and Byzantine rule, to the emergence of the medieval Bulgarian state that would carry the country's name into the modern world. It is a story of power and its inevitable fragility, of peoples meeting and merging, of states rising and falling and leaving their traces in the land. The Odrysian kings are gone. The Byzantine emperors who wept at the terms of the 681 treaty are gone. Even Simeon the Great, in his golden capital at Preslav, is long gone. But what they built and what they left behind is still present, in the language, in the script, in the faith, in the faint outlines of a national identity that was already, by the early 10th century, beginning to recognize itself. In the next chapter, we'll watch what happens to that identity under pressure, as the First Bulgarian Empire encounters the forces that will ultimately overwhelm it, and as the Bulgarian story enters a new and complicated phase of gradual change. But that is for another time. For now, let the centuries settle around you, the Thracian kings in their feasting halls, the Bulgar horsemen crossing the Danube in the grey light of a 7th century dawn, Simeon in his capital, surrounded by manuscripts and candlelight. Chapter 5. Gradual changes over time. Most of history's great changes don't announce themselves. They don't arrive with trumpets or a single decisive moment that everyone present immediately recognizes as the turning of a page. They seep in. They accumulate quietly at the edges of daily life, in the way a new word enters a language and slowly displaces an older one, in the way a new style of pottery begins to appear alongside the old, in the way a child raised in one tradition grows up and passes on something subtly different to their own children. Change, in the deepest sense, is almost always gradual. This chapter is about that kind of change, not the dramatic events, the battles, the treaties, the coronations, but the slow, patient transformation of a land and its people over many centuries. The way Thrace became Rome, and Rome became Byzantium, and Byzantium became Bulgaria. The way steppe horsemen became Balkan farmers. The way pagan temples became Christian churches. The way a language, a faith, and an identity were gradually assembled from the overlapping contributions of many different peoples. It is, in some ways, the most important chapter in the Bulgarian story, because this gradual change, this long, slow layering of one world onto another, is what Bulgaria fundamentally is. We left the Odrysian kingdom in the previous chapter in a state of fragmentation, weakened by internal divisions, pressed by Macedonian expansion, and ultimately unable to resist the inexorable reach of Rome. The absorption of Thrace into the Roman Empire, was not a single event, but a process that unfolded over several centuries, with different parts of Thracian territory coming under Roman influence or direct control at different times. By the 1st century AD, the territory of modern Bulgaria had been fully incorporated into the Roman provincial system. The independent tribal monarchies of the Odrysian period were gone. In their place stood Roman governors, Roman garrisons, Roman law. The old Thracian nobility, where it survived at all, did so by accommodation, by learning Latin, adopting Roman customs, presenting themselves to the imperial administration as reliable local partners rather than potential rebels. It was a transformation that happened gradually and unevenly. In the cities and along the major roads, Romanization moved quickly. In the rural highlands and the more remote valleys, Thracian customs and the Thracian language persisted for generations, quietly, out of sight of the provincial administrators in their stone-built offices. Change, here as everywhere, moved faster where power was watching. Rome left marks on the Bulgarian landscape that are still visible today, nearly 2,000 years later. The roads were perhaps the most consequential of these. Broad, well-engineered stone roads that connected the provincial cities to one another and to the imperial heartland, allowing armies and merchants and officials to move across the terrain with a speed and reliability that had never previously been possible. Where the roads went, Roman life followed. Towns, markets, bathhouses, forums. The cities of Roman Thrace were genuine urban places, not large by the standards of Rome or Alexandria or Antioch, but substantial enough to support theatres, temples, public baths, colonnaded streets. Serdica, built on the site of what is now Sofia, became one of the most important cities in the entire Balkan region. So important that the Emperor Constantine, before he chose Constantinople as his capital, is said to have considered Serdica. "My Serdica is my Rome," he reportedly declared. Whether or not he actually said those words, the sentiment captures something real about the city's status. And with the cities came Latin, the language of the administration, the law courts, the army. For the ambitious, the educated, and those seeking to do business with the imperial machine, Latin was the necessary language, the key that unlocked Roman opportunity. It overlaid the Thracian language in the towns, gradually displacing it over generations. In the eastern half of the empire, Greek served a similar function. What had once been a landscape of Thracian tongues became, over centuries, a landscape of Latin and Greek, a transformation so complete that the original Thracian language eventually disappeared entirely, leaving only traces in a handful of place names and personal names preserved in inscriptions. Alongside the roads and the Latin came eventually a new religion. Christianity moved through the Roman Empire in the first centuries AD with a quiet persistence that the imperial authorities initially underestimated and eventually found impossible to suppress. It spread along trade routes and military roads, carried by merchants and soldiers and itinerant preachers, finding purchase first in the cities, where people were more connected to the wider Mediterranean world, and then slowly in the countryside. By the 4th century, when Constantine made Christianity the favored religion of the empire, the process of Christianization in the Balkans was already well underway. The old Thracian cults, the worship of the horse god, The Thracian rider, the mysterious Orphic traditions, began to fade. Temples were converted into churches or simply abandoned. The bishops of the Balkan towns became important figures, not just spiritually, but politically, as the church became increasingly woven into the fabric of imperial governance. By the time the Slavs began arriving in the 6th and 7th centuries, and the Bulgars in the 7th, they entered a landscape that was already, in its towns and along its roads, thoroughly Christian. Churches stood where temples had stood. Bishops administered sees that had existed for generations. The Christian community was already there, already organized, already a presence that any new power settling in the region would have to reckon with. The 6th and 7th centuries brought a new kind of change to the Balkan landscape, one that was demographic rather than institutional. The Roman and then Byzantine administration remained in the cities. The laws and the church remained nominally in place, but the countryside was changing, quietly and profoundly, as large groups of Slavic people moved into the region and settled. The Slavs were not, in this period, a single unified people with a single leader or a single agenda. They were many groups, many communities, moving southward and westward from the forest zones of Eastern Europe in a gradual, decades-long process of settlement. They filled the rural areas, the river valleys, the forest margins, the upland pastures that the Byzantine state had never administered very effectively in any case. They farmed, they built villages, they raised families, and over time, through sheer numbers, they became the majority population across most of what would eventually become Bulgaria. This demographic shift was one of the most consequential changes in the long history of the Bulgarian lands. The Thracians were already largely gone, absorbed into Roman and then Byzantine culture over centuries. The Romans and Byzantines remained in the cities, but in the countryside, in the places where most people actually lived, it was the Slavic language that was now being spoken around the evening fire. Slavic customs that were being followed. Slavic children who were growing up and inheriting the land. Into this already complex landscape, Slavic in the countryside, Byzantine in the towns, Christian in its spiritual life, came the Bulgars. We spoke about their arrival in the last chapter. The crossing of the Danube, the defeat of the Byzantine army, the founding treaty of 681. But it is worth pausing to think about what the Bulgars actually were in demographic terms when they arrived. They were not a mass migration. They were a relatively small military elite, a ruling group of steppe warriors who had the organizational capacity and the military force to impose a political structure on a much larger, already settled population. The Slavs, who lived in the territory that became early Bulgaria, outnumbered the Bulgars considerably. The remaining provincial Roman Byzantine communities in the towns added further demographic complexity. The Bulgars were, in a very real sense, a minority government. A new ruling class installed atop a population that had its own deep roots, its own language, its own ways of living. What happened next is one of the most fascinating processes in Balkan history, a slow, organic fusion of two very different peoples into something genuinely new. It happened through intermarriage, first at the elite level and then more broadly. It happened through shared military service, where Bulgar and Slav fought side by side under the same commanders and developed the bonds that come from shared danger and shared purpose. It happened through the gradual adoption of common institutions, a single law, a single system of governance, a shared relationship to the state that the Bulgar Khans were building. The most visible sign of this fusion was linguistic. The Slavic language, spoken by the majority, proved stronger than the Bulgar tongue. Within a few generations, it is difficult to pinpoint exactly when, because language shift of this kind leaves no clean historical record. The Bulgar language was fading. The ruling class was speaking Slavic. The court was using Slavic. The Bulgar tongue survived only in personal names, in a handful of administrative terms, in the fragmentary inscriptions that archaeologists have puzzled over ever since. But while Slavic won the linguistic contest, it would be wrong to say that the Bulgars simply disappeared. Their military traditions, their organizational structures, their understanding of how a steppe-style polity was run. All of this shaped the early Bulgarian state in ways that the Slavic agricultural communities could not have provided on their own. The new Bulgaria was genuinely both. Slavic in language and in the daily life of most of its people. Bulgar in the political and military framework that held it all together. The early Bulgarian state was not content to remain small. From its initial core in the northeastern corner of modern Bulgaria, the territory between the Danube and the Balkan Mountains that the Treaty of 681 had secured, it expanded steadily over the 8th and 9th centuries, west into Moesia, south into Thrace, eventually into Macedonia. Each expansion brought new peoples, new lands, new resources into the Bulgarian orbit. And each expansion required the state to grow more sophisticated in order to hold what it had gained. The capitals reflected this growth. Pliska, the first capital, was rebuilt and expanded as the state grew larger and more confident. Its earthwork defences replaced with stone walls, its administrative buildings growing in size and elaboration. The fortifications were not merely defensive in purpose, but were statements. This is a real state with real permanence, not a temporary camp of steppe warriors. By the 9th century, when the Bulgarian state controlled a large swath of the Balkans, it needed and had the physical infrastructure of empire. Of all the gradual changes that shaped Bulgaria during this period, perhaps none was more far-reaching or more deliberately managed than the adoption of Christianity. When Boris I, the Bulgarian ruler, accepted Christian baptism in 864 or 865, it was not simply a private spiritual decision. It was a political act of the first order, with consequences that would unfold over generations. Paganism had deep roots in the Bulgarian state. The Bulgar ruling class followed their own traditional beliefs. The Slavic population had its own pre-Christian practices, its own relationship to the spirits of the land and the cycles of the year. Converting a state to Christianity meant, over time, dismantling all of that, replacing the old holy days with Christian ones, the old sacred sites with churches, the old ritual practices with the liturgy and sacraments of the church. It did not happen overnight. Religion never changes overnight. But the official adoption of Christianity gave the process institutional force. Churches were built, priests were trained, the law was gradually reformed along Christian lines. Elite culture, the art, the architecture, the ideology of kingship, was reoriented around Christian symbols and Christian narrative. And the ordinary people of the Bulgarian villages, over the generations that followed, slowly absorbed a Christian calendar, a Christian cosmology, a Christian understanding of birth and death, and the meaning of a human life. Christianity brought with it something else, the possibility of literacy in the Slavic language. In the 9th century, the Byzantine missionaries Cyril and Methodius had created an alphabet specifically designed to render the sounds of Slavic speech, first the Glagolitic script, and then, developed by their disciples, the Cyrillic script that now bears Cyril's name. This was an act of cultural and political significance that is hard to overstate. Before Cyril and Methodius, the Slavic languages had no written form. Literacy in the Slavic world meant literacy in Greek or Latin, languages that only the educated elite could access. The creation of a Slavic alphabet opened the door to something entirely new. A written culture, a literary tradition, a body of religious and legal texts in the language that ordinary people actually spoke. When Bulgaria's rulers embraced the Slavic alphabet and promoted the use of Old Bulgarian as a literary and liturgical language, they were doing something genuinely revolutionary. The schools that developed at Preslav and Ohrid became among the most important intellectual centers in the entire Slavic world. Manuscripts were produced. Theological texts were translated from Greek into Old Bulgarian. Original literary works were composed. A culture of Slavic literacy was being built, piece by careful piece, in the monasteries and scriptoriums of 9th century Bulgaria. And that culture would eventually spread across the entire Slavic world, from Russia to Serbia to Croatia, carried by the books and the alphabet that Bulgaria had nurtured into existence. And so we arrive at the end of this chapter on gradual change, at the moment when all those slow accumulations, the Roman infrastructure, the Christian faith, the Slavic language, the Bulgar political tradition, the new Cyrillic literacy, converged into something remarkable. Under Simeon I, who ruled from 893 to 927, the First Bulgarian Empire reached a peak that none of his predecessors could have imagined, and that none of his successors would quite equal. Simeon was a man of two worlds. Educated in Constantinople, he was steeped in Byzantine culture, its theology, its rhetoric, its understanding of what a civilized Christian state should look like. But he was also a Bulgarian ruler with Bulgarian ambitions, and those ambitions were very large indeed. He fought Byzantium repeatedly and successfully. He styled himself Tsar, a title derived from Caesar, but by now distinctly Bulgarian, and eventually Tsar of the Bulgarians and the Romans, a direct challenge to Byzantine imperial authority. His capital at Preslav was, by the standards of its time and place, genuinely magnificent, decorated with glazed tiles, gold, and stone carvings, its churches and palaces designed to announce that this was a great Christian civilization, the equal of anything in the Byzantine world. His court was a center of literary production. His reign saw the flourishing of what historians call the Golden Age of Bulgarian culture, a period when the long, slow accumulation of Roman roads and Christian faith and Slavic literacy and Bulgar political will finally crystallized into something that could, with full justification, be called a golden age. It had taken 1,000 years to get there. 1,000 years of gradual, patient, largely invisible change. One generation at a time, one language replacing another, one faith gently supplanting a previous one people slowly blending into another. That is how history actually works most of the time. Not in dramatic leaps, but in the quiet, cumulative patience of ordinary life, lived across ordinary centuries, in an extraordinary place. That is what this chapter has been about. Not the moments of drama, though there were many. Not the great rulers, though they played their part. But the slow, deep tide of transformation that moved beneath the surface of events. The way a landscape absorbs and is changed by everyone who has ever lived on it, leaving traces that the next people to arrive will inherit without ever fully understanding where they came from. Bulgaria is a country built from layers, from Thracian stone and Roman roads, and Byzantine faith and Slavic speech and Bulgar will, each layer resting on the ones beneath it, each one adding something, transforming something, quietly becoming something new. That layering never stopped. It is still happening. It has always been happening. In the next chapter, we'll meet the forces that disrupted this accumulated world, the outside pressures and foreign rule that tested the Bulgarian state and its people in ways they could not always withstand. We'll watch the empire fracture and eventually fall, and we'll see what survives. But for now, let the slow patience of these centuries settle over you. All those quiet generations, all that gradual, unhurried becoming. Chapter 6. Outside influence or foreign rule. Geography, as we noted at the very beginning of this journey, determines a great deal. And one of the things it determines, perhaps above all others, is how much attention the rest of the world pays to you. A country tucked away in a remote corner of the earth, difficult to reach, offering little of obvious strategic value, can sometimes pass through centuries of history largely unmolested, left to develop in its own time, at its own pace, in its own particular way. Bulgaria has never had that luxury. Sitting at the crossroads between Europe and Asia, between the Mediterranean world and the Eurasian steppe, between the great river systems of Central Europe and the warm coastline of the Black Sea, Bulgaria has always been in someone's way, or rather, in the way of whatever someone else wanted. The land has been crossed by armies, administered by empires, contested by powers whose own centers lay far away. It has been Persian and Macedonian and Roman and Byzantine and Ottoman. And through all of that, through more than 2,000 years of being governed, in whole or in part, from somewhere else, the people who lived here somehow remained distinctly and persistently themselves. This chapter is the story of those layers of foreign influence, of the empires that came and went, of what each one left behind, and of what, in the end, survived them all. The first great empire to cast its shadow over the Bulgarian lands was not Greek, not Roman, not Byzantine. It was Persian. In the late 6th century BC, the Achaemenid Empire, the vast, extraordinarily well-organized Persian state that stretched from the Indus River to the Aegean, pushed its western frontier into Europe. the Thracian tribes of the region were incorporated for a time into the Persian imperial system as a satrapy, a province, governed by a Persian-appointed administrator and required to pay tribute to the great king in Persepolis. What Persian rule looked like on the ground for the Thracian population is not entirely clear from the historical record. The Persians were, by the standards of ancient empire, relatively tolerant administrators. They tended to leave local customs and local elites in place as long as the tribute flowed and the armies cooperated. But the reach of the Persian system was real. Persian roads and Persian administrative structures tied the region into a network of imperial communication that stretched across the known world. Persian military campaigns, including the preparations for the famous invasions of Greece under Darius and Xerxes, moved through Thracian territory, and Thracian troops served in Persian armies. It was, in some ways, the first time the Bulgarian lands had been integrated into a truly global system. The Persians brought the region into contact with the broader Near Eastern and Central Asian world in ways that the Thracians alone never could have managed. And then, as empires do, the Persian presence receded, pushed back first by the Greek city-states, and then swept away entirely by the Macedonian conquest. But its traces remained, embedded in trade networks and cultural contacts that outlasted the empire itself. While the Persians were pressing in from the east, another kind of influence was arriving from the south. Quieter, more gradual, but in the long run perhaps even more transformative. The Greek city-states, from the 7th century BC onward, were sending out colonies along the coasts of the known world, planting settlements in Sicily and southern Italy, along the shores of the Black Sea, wherever there was a good harbour and the prospect of trade. Along the Bulgarian Black Sea coast, Greek colonists established a series of cities that would prove remarkably durable. Apollonia, today's Sozopol, was founded in the 7th century BC. Mesembria, today's Nesebabo, followed. Odessos, today's Varna, one of Bulgaria's largest modern cities, became one of the most important ports on the western Black Sea. These were real cities with harbours and markets and temples and theatres, and they maintained their Greek character more or less for centuries. The relationship between these Greek coastal cities and the Thracian peoples of the interior was complex and close. Trade was a central fact of it. The Greeks wanted grain and timber and slaves and metals from the Thracian hinterland. The Thracians wanted Greek wine and olive oil and pottery, and the prestige goods that carried the glamour of Mediterranean civilization. This commerce produced something more than an economic relationship. Thracian elites adopted Greek customs, spoke Greek, built Greek-style tombs, commissioned Greek craftsmen. Greek religious ideas filtered into Thracian spiritual life. The two worlds touched and influenced each other across centuries of mutual contact, each leaving traces on the other that neither could entirely predict. The Greeks and their coastal colonies had always operated on the edges of the Thracian world, as trading partners, as neighbours, as a cultural reference point. What came next was different. It was not trade or cultural influence, but conquest, swift and overwhelming, carried out by one of the most remarkable military commanders the ancient world had ever produced. Philip II of Macedon, the father of Alexander the Great, spent the middle decades of the 4th century BC systematically extending Macedonian power northward and eastward through Thrace. He was not gentle about it. Thracian tribes that resisted were defeated. Those that surrendered were incorporated. Key strategic points, river crossings, passes through the mountains, coastal cities, were secured or founded. By the time Philip died in 336 BC, most of what is now Bulgaria was effectively under Macedonian control. His son Alexander, whose campaigns would take him to Egypt and Persia, and all the way to the edge of India, consolidated Macedonian authority in Thrace before setting out on those larger adventures. And in the aftermath of Alexander's death, the territory passed through the hands of his successors, the Diadochi, the competing generals who carved up his empire between them, before eventually coming to rest in a more settled arrangement. Macedonian rule brought a blend of Greek culture and Macedonian political practice to the region, deepening the Hellenization that Greek coastal trade had begun and adding the weight of formal political incorporation to what had previously been only cultural influence. After Macedon came Rome. As the Macedonian kingdoms weakened through internal conflict and overextension in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, Rome, expanding inexorably eastward through the Mediterranean world, moved in to fill the vacuum. The process was, as Roman conquest usually was, a combination of military force and diplomatic pressure, applied over decades rather than in a single campaign. By the 1st century AD, the transformation was complete. The territory of modern Bulgaria had been organized into Roman provinces, Moesia to the north, Thracia to the south, and was governed by Roman-appointed officials, taxed by Roman collectors, policed by Roman legions. The old Thracian tribal structures had been dissolved or subordinated. The independent Odrysian kingdom was a memory. In their place stood the machinery of Roman provincial administration, reliable, impersonal, and extraordinarily long-lasting. Roman rule lasted, in one form or another, for several centuries. It built the roads in the cities and the legal frameworks that the subsequent history of the region would be built upon. It brought Christianity. It brought Latin. It built the baths at Plovdiv, ancient Philippopolis, one of the great Roman cities of the Balkans, whose ruins can still be walked through today. It is not too much to say that everything in the Bulgarian story that came after Rome was, in some sense, built on the foundations that Rome laid. Rome, as everyone knows, did not last forever. Its western half collapsed in the 5th century under the pressure of migrations and internal decay. But in the east, the empire continued, transformed, increasingly Greek in language and Byzantine in character, but continuous with the Roman past in its laws, its church, and its extraordinary administrative sophistication. This Eastern Roman Empire, what we call Byzantium, would govern the Bulgarian lands or contest them for another 1,000 years after the fall of Rome in the west. Byzantine rule brought the full weight of late antique and medieval Christian civilization to the region. It brought church councils and theological disputes and the great tradition of Eastern Orthodox Christianity. It brought the Greek language as the medium of culture and administration. It built churches whose mosaic floors and painted walls still survive in Bulgarian cities today. And it integrated the Bulgarian lands, first as province, later as contested borderland, into the richest and most culturally sophisticated state in the medieval Christian world. The relationship between Bulgaria and Byzantium after 681 was one of the defining dynamics of Balkan medieval history. A long, complicated, alternating dance of war and diplomacy, hostility and cultural exchange that would last for centuries. Byzantium never fully accepted the existence of a Bulgarian state on what it considered its own territory. The emperors in Constantinople regarded the Treaty of 681 as a temporary humiliation rather than a permanent settlement, and they returned again and again to the question of how to reassert imperial control over the Bulgarian lands. Sometimes they succeeded, at least partially. Sometimes the Bulgarian state pushed back hard enough to make the Byzantines accept, once again, the reality of their neighbors' existence. The wars between Bulgaria and Byzantium were brutal and frequent, fought across the mountain passes and the Thracian plain, with sieges of fortified cities and devastating cavalry raids that left entire provinces depopulated. And yet, through all of this violence, cultural exchange continued. Bulgarian rulers were educated in Constantinople. Byzantine artisans built Bulgarian churches. The two civilizations, even as they fought, were shaping each other. In 1018, the dance ended, at least temporarily. The Byzantine Emperor Basil II, known to history by the grimly evocative title Bulgaroktonos, the Bulgar Slayer, completed the conquest of the First Bulgarian Empire after a long and grinding campaign. The Bulgarian state, weakened by internal divisions and military setbacks, was absorbed into the Byzantine Empire. Bulgarian nobles were relocated to Asia Minor. The Bulgarian Patriarch was subordinated to the Greek Church hierarchy. For nearly 2 centuries, the territory of Bulgaria was a Byzantine province rather than an independent state. The name Bulgaroktonos, the Bulgar Slayer, speaks to the scale of the violence involved. Basil was not a gentle conqueror. After a decisive battle in 1014, he reportedly blinded around 15,000 Bulgarian prisoners, leaving one eye to every 100th man so that they could lead the others home. When the Bulgarian Tsar Samuel saw the column of blinded men returning to his court, he suffered a stroke and died within days. It is one of the most harrowing episodes in the long and frequently harrowing history of the Balkans, and it marked the end of the First Bulgarian Empire. The Second Bulgarian Empire, restored by the Asen brothers in 1185 after a successful rebellion against Byzantine rule, had its own moments of glory. Under Ivan Asen II, in the 13th century, it expanded to become once again a major Balkan power. But by the 14th century, it was fragmenting, divided between rival rulers, weakened by internal conflict, and facing a new external pressure from the south and east that was unlike anything the Balkans had previously encountered. The Ottoman Turks, a state that had begun as a small principality in northwestern Anatolia in the early 14th century, had expanded with extraordinary speed and military effectiveness, absorbing Byzantine territories, crossing into Europe, and pressing northward through the Balkans with a force that the divided Bulgarian state could not resist. One by one, the Bulgarian fortresses and cities fell. In 1393, the capital Tarnovo, the great fortress city on the Yantra River, capital of the Second Bulgarian Empire, city of monasteries and literary culture and medieval Bulgarian pride, was captured by Ottoman forces after a 3-month siege. Bulgarian statehood, which had existed in some form for more than 700 years, came to an end. What followed was roughly 5 centuries of Ottoman rule, the longest and in some ways the most transformative of all the foreign administrations the Bulgarian lands had experienced. The Ottoman Empire reorganized the territory into its own administrative system of provinces and districts. Islam became the religion of the ruling class. Mosques rose alongside the old Orthodox churches. Turkish became the language of administration and the courts. For the Christian Bulgarian population, life under Ottoman rule was lived within the framework of the millet system. The Ottoman arrangement by which non-Muslim religious communities were recognized and allowed to govern their own internal affairs under the authority of their own religious leaders, as long as they paid their taxes, observed their subordinate status, and did not challenge Ottoman authority. It was not equality. Christians were subject to specific restrictions and specific taxes. The jizya, the devshirme system by which young boys were taken from Christian families and raised as Muslim soldiers and administrators. But it was not, in its ordinary workings, systematic extermination. The Bulgarian population endured. The language survived. The church survived. A Bulgarian identity, however suppressed and however far from political expression, survived. And here is perhaps the most remarkable fact in this long chapter of foreign rule, that for all the centuries of being governed from elsewhere, from Persepolis and Pella and Rome and Constantinople and Istanbul, the Bulgarian people emerged at the end of it still recognizably themselves, with their language intact, with their orthodox faith intact, with a memory of statehood and cultural achievement that, however deep it had been buried, had never been entirely extinguished. The vehicle of that survival was primarily the church. Through the centuries of Byzantine dominance and the centuries of Ottoman rule, the Orthodox Church remained the institutional home of Bulgarian identity, the place where the Slavic liturgy was still spoken, where the old manuscripts were still copied, where the particular texture of Bulgarian spiritual and cultural life was maintained across generations that had never known an independent Bulgarian state. The monasteries in the mountains, Rila, Bachkovo, Troyan, became repositories of memory, places where a Bulgarian identity that had no political expression could nonetheless breathe and be passed on. When the national revival came, in the 18th and 19th centuries, when Bulgarian intellectuals and activists began to articulate with new urgency the case for a Bulgarian cultural and eventually political identity, they were not inventing something new. They were uncovering something old, something that had been kept alive quietly and stubbornly through all those centuries of foreign rule, in the language of the villages and the prayers of the monasteries and the slow, patient persistence of a people who knew who they were, even when the world around them insisted on calling them something else. That is the arc of this chapter. From the Persian satraps of the 6th century BC to the Ottoman governors of the 18th century AD. 2,500 years of outside influence, foreign administration, and imperial pressure. It is a long time to spend being governed from elsewhere, and yet the story that emerges from it is not primarily one of defeat or erasure. It is a story of resilience, of the quiet, almost invisible tenacity of a people who knew that identity does not require a throne to survive. It requires only a language, a faith, and the willingness to keep passing them on. In the next chapter, we'll look at what ordinary life actually felt like under these changes, particularly under Ottoman rule, the longest and most culturally distant of the foreign administrations. We'll step into a Bulgarian village in the 15th or 16th century and try to understand what the rhythms of daily life looked and felt like for people living through the long Ottoman centuries. But that is for the next chapter. For now, let the weight of all those centuries settle gently. The Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Byzantines, the Ottomans, all of them passing through this land, leaving their marks, moving on. And underneath it all, the language, the faith, the quiet, stubborn self. Chapter 7. Ordinary life under these changes. Empires come and go. Dynasties rise, overreach and fall. Borders shift. Languages of administration change. Latin replacing Thracian, Greek replacing Latin, Turkish replacing Greek, and then eventually Bulgarian reasserting itself over all of them. In the previous chapter, we trace the great arc of foreign rule across the Bulgarian lands. The procession of Persians and Macedonians and Romans and Byzantines and Ottomans, each leaving their mark, each eventually moving on. But here is the truth about all of that political change. The truth that the grand historical narrative sometimes obscures. Most people didn't experience it primarily as political change. They experienced it as a change in who collected the taxes, a change in what language the official at the market spoke, a change in whether the shrine at the edge of the village was dedicated to a Thracian deity or a Christian saint. The enormous tectonic movements of empire seen from the level of the ordinary village often registered as surprisingly small adjustments to the texture of daily life, while the fundamental rhythms of that life, shaped by season and soil and family obligation, went on much as they always had. This chapter belongs to those ordinary people, the ones who didn't command armies or make treaties or write the chronicles that later historians would read, the ones who woke before dawn to tend animals, who worried about the harvest, who raised children in small houses and buried their parents in the earth they had all worked together, the ones whose names we mostly don't know, but whose lives are, in the deepest sense, the actual substance of Bulgarian history. When the Persians came, and when the Macedonians came after them, the basic texture of Thracian rural life changed less than you might expect. The farmer in his field, the herder on the upland pasture, the woman grinding grain in the morning before the household was fully awake. These people continued doing what they had always done. The empire was a presence at a remove. It was felt in the annual tribute demand, in the occasional levy of soldiers for one imperial campaign or another, in the new administrator who arrived to collect what was owed. But between those moments of imperial contact, life continued in the old way. The Thracian village remained recognizably Thracian. The round of seasonal work, ploughing, planting, tending, harvesting, preparing for winter, followed the rhythms of the land rather than the rhythms of imperial politics. pagan customs persisted. The local gods were still placated with the old offerings. The festival calendar still turned on the old pivot points of the agricultural year. An empire can change who rules a people. It takes much longer and much more concentrated effort to change how they live. Greek and Macedonian influence did introduce something new to even the most rural Thracian communities, though it arrived not through force but through trade, carried along the roads and river routes from the Black Sea colonial cities into the Thracian hinterland. Goods appeared in village markets and household inventories that would not have been there a few generations earlier. Greek pottery, with its distinctive painted figures, amphorae of wine from the Aegean islands, stoppered with clay, their contents representing a taste of Mediterranean life that the Thracians had learned, through long contact, to appreciate and desire. These objects spoke to something real about the Thracian elite's cultural orientation, and they filtered down from the nobility into broader society over time. A wine cup in a village household that would have held only locally brewed beer a century before. A bronze fibula in a style that showed the influence of Greek metalworking. The small, quiet evidence of a culture absorbing, selectively, on its own terms, the influences that trade and proximity brought to its door. And then there were the tombs, the great Thracian burial mounds that dot the Bulgarian landscape, the tumuli that rise from the plains like slow, grassed hills, often contain Greek objects alongside Thracian ones, speaking to a world where the boundary between cultures was permeable enough that the objects of one people seemed appropriate for the eternal home of another. The everyday and the eternal, mingling in the most intimate possible space. Roman rule brought more concrete and more immediate changes to the daily lives of the people living in the Bulgarian lands than anything that had come before. The roads were the most visible of these, broad, well-maintained arteries of stone that transformed the possibilities of movement and commerce across the landscape. For the peasant farmer, a Roman road meant that the garrison town was now within a half-day's walk, rather than a day and a half's trudge through muddy tracks. It meant a larger market for surplus grain, or pottery, or livestock. It meant that a bad local harvest was less of a catastrophe, because food could be moved from surplus areas to deficit ones along routes that actually functioned reliably. But the roads cut both ways. They also made it easier for Roman tax collectors to reach even relatively remote communities, and Roman taxation was real and demanding. Paid in grain, in livestock, in labor, or eventually in coin. The tax obligation was a permanent background presence in the life of every rural household. It required planning, putting aside enough of the harvest, enough of the flock, enough of whatever the assessment demanded, before taking care of one's own needs. In bad years, this could be devastating. In good years, it was simply the unavoidable cost of living under Rome. For some, Roman rule opened genuine opportunity. The garrison towns needed suppliers, food, leather, timber, pottery, services of all kinds. A farmer with surplus produce and access to a road could profit from soldiers who needed feeding, and craftsmen who needed raw materials. The Roman military presence, whatever else it meant, created an economic demand that some enterprising locals learned to meet. The provincial economy was not simply extractive, it also created markets that hadn't existed before. One of the most profound changes that Roman and then Byzantine rule brought to the daily lives of ordinary people was not economic or administrative at all. It was spiritual. As Christianity spread through the provinces, first in the cities, then along the roads, then gradually into the countryside, it began to reshape the daily and yearly rhythms of ordinary life in ways that went very deep indeed. The Christian calendar imposed its own structure on the year, a structure of fasts and feasts, saints' days and holy seasons that overlaid and eventually replaced the older agricultural and pagan calendar. Advent before Christmas, Lent before Easter, the feast days of particular saints, each with their own associations and their own traditional observances. For the ordinary household, Christianity meant that the rhythms of spiritual life were no longer occasional or crisis-driven. Not just the old offering at the local shrine before the harvest, but weekly, even daily, Sunday church attendance, prayer at meals, the marking of every major life event, birth, marriage, death, with church ceremony. These changes happened gradually, unevenly, village by village, generation by generation. The old customs didn't disappear overnight. They were absorbed into the new framework, given Christian names and Christian explanations, while retaining something of their older character. The spring festival that had once honored the fertility goddess became a celebration of a Christian saint, whose feast day fell conveniently close to the old observance. The harvest blessing that had once been directed at the local earth spirits was now offered to the Virgin Mary. Religion changed. The need for seasonal ritual did not. When the Slavic peoples settled the Bulgarian countryside from the 6th and 7th centuries onward, they brought their own patterns of daily life. Patterns that would prove remarkably durable and that would shape the character of Bulgarian rural life for centuries to come. Slavic settlement organized itself around the extended family group, the zadruga, the large multi-generational household in which several related families lived and worked together under the authority of a senior male, was the fundamental social unit. It was a structure well adapted to the demands of agricultural life, where shared labor in the fields and shared resources across a large household provided a buffer against the vulnerability of the individual family. The Slavic village was typically an open settlement. No great walls or defensive structures, just a collection of wooden houses arranged along a track or around a common space, surrounded by the fields and pastures that sustained the community. Houses were simple: wooden frames, clay walls, thatched roofs, earthen floors. Inside, a hearth for warmth and cooking, a sleeping platform, storage for grain and tools, perhaps a few objects of modest value. Life was conducted largely outdoors, in the fields, at the well, in the shared spaces where the community's social life unfolded. Mixed farming was the basis of Slavic subsistence, as it had been for every agricultural people in the Bulgarian lands going back to the Neolithic. Grain crops, wheat, millet, rye, animals, cattle, sheep, pigs, a few goats, a kitchen garden near the house, a woodlot for fuel and building material. The same elements, assembled in the same rough proportions, repeated across thousands of villages across the Bulgarian landscape. The particular genius of this kind of farming is its resilience. When one element fails, the others can compensate, at least partially. It is not a prosperous life in most years, but it is a survivable one. Under the early First Bulgarian Empire, in the 8th and 9th centuries, as the state was consolidating its control over a wide swath of the Balkans, ordinary free peasants found themselves embedded in a new political structure that made demands on them in ways the old tribal arrangements had not. Military service was the most significant of these demands. The Bulgarian state required fighting men, and those men came from the peasant population. For a young man in a Bulgarian village in the 9th century, the possibility of being called up for military service, to march south against the Byzantines, or west against the Franks, or north against the steppe peoples, was a real and recurring feature of life. The rest of the time, village life continued on its familiar axis. The fields needed tending, the animals needed care, the house needed maintenance. The dues owed to the Bulgar Slavic ruling elite, in grain, in labor, in occasional gift, had to be set aside before anything else could be planned. The peasant household operated in a constant negotiation between what was owed outward, to the state, to the church, to the Lord, and what was needed inward to keep the family fed and sheltered through another year. The adoption of Christianity by the Bulgarian state in 864 set in motion a gradual transformation of daily and seasonal life that would take generations to complete. In the years immediately following the official conversion, the changes were most visible at the elite level. The Bulgar nobility exchanging their traditional rites for the ceremonies of the church, the old burial customs being replaced by Christian interment. But over the following decades and centuries, Christianity worked its way down through Bulgarian society, layer by layer, until it had reached even the most remote village. What Christianity gave to ordinary Bulgarian life was, above all, a calendar and a community. The church here, with its cycle of fasts and festivals, gave the agricultural year a spiritual dimension, a sense that the turning of the seasons was not merely a biological fact, but a sacred one, presided over by the saints and the Holy Trinity, marked by shared ceremony that bound the village community together in something larger than itself. Baptism made a child a member of the church before it was a member of much else. Marriage was blessed at the church door. The dead were buried in the churchyard, in consecrated ground, with prayers that commended them to God. From cradle to grave, Christian ritual now framed the arc of a Bulgarian life. And yet the old world did not entirely disappear. It went underground, or it put on Christian clothing. The spring dances that had once honored pre-Christian fertility spirits became associated with St. George's Day. The midwinter practices that had once been directed at keeping away evil during the dark season became part of the Christmas and New Year observances. Bulgarian folk culture, that extraordinarily rich tradition of song and costume and ritual that survives to this day, is in large part a record of this long negotiation between the new faith and the old world it never entirely replaced. When the Byzantine Empire absorbed the First Bulgarian Empire in 1018, the political change at the top was dramatic, but in the villages, the change registered more as a shift in the nature and weight of the tax burden than as a fundamental rupture in daily life. Byzantine imperial taxation was sophisticated and systematic, more so in many ways, than the Bulgarian state's own arrangements had been, and they could press hard on the peasantry. Corvée obligations, unpaid labor demanded for the building or maintenance of imperial fortifications, roads, or noble estates, added to the regular tax burden and took men away from their own fields at times when their labor was urgently needed. In the cities and larger towns, Greek began to assert itself more strongly as the language of administration and church life. Byzantine ecclesiastical authority replaced the Bulgarian church hierarchy, a change that was felt not just institutionally, but in the daily experience of worship, as the liturgy was conducted in a form of Greek that many Bulgarian village people could not fully understand. In the countryside, though, the Slavic language held firm. The village spoke Bulgarian. The village prayed in Old Bulgarian, in the old way. The administrative language was a different matter from the living language of home and field and faith. The Ottoman period, which began with the fall of Tarnovo in 1393 and lasted, for the core Bulgarian lands, until 1878, was the longest single episode of foreign rule in the Bulgarian story, and it was, in some ways, the most complete. The Ottoman state reorganized not just the political structures, but the physical landscape of Bulgarian life, routing roads differently, founding new towns, relocating populations, altering the patterns of land ownership. The world of the medieval Bulgarian villages was not simply administered from Istanbul. It was, over generations, substantially remade. For the Christian Bulgarian population, daily life under Ottoman rule was lived within the framework of subordination. Real, legal, sometimes humiliating, occasionally violent subordination. The jizya, the head tax levied on non-Muslims, was a constant reminder of the community's status. The devshirme, the system by which Christian boys were periodically taken from their families and raised as Muslim soldiers and administrators, was a periodic intrusion into family life of the most devastating kind. Legal disputes between Christians and Muslims were handled in courts where the Christian testimony carried less weight. These were not abstractions, they were facts of daily life. And yet, within that framework of subordination, a great deal of ordinary Bulgarian life continued. The village community retained a degree of internal self-governance, organizing its own local affairs, maintaining its own church, managing disputes among its own members through informal community mechanisms. The Orthodox Church, permitted to function under the millet system, remained the institutional center of Bulgarian communal identity, the place where people married and baptized their children and buried their dead, where the Bulgarian language was still spoken, where a specifically Bulgarian sacred calendar was still observed. Picture a Bulgarian village in the 16th or 17th century, perhaps in a valley of the Rhodope Mountains, perhaps in the foothills north of the Balkan Range. The houses are stone and timber now, more substantial than the old wattle and daub of earlier centuries, arranged along a winding track. There is a small Orthodox church, modest outside but covered inside with painted saints and the deep, warm blue of Bulgarian iconographic tradition. There is a mill beside the stream. There are storage cellars dug into the hillside for wine and cheese, and the salted provisions that carry the household through winter. The daily work is familiar across the centuries. In the fields, wheat and barley, maize, where it has recently been introduced from the New World, vegetables in the kitchen garden, in the pastures, cattle and sheep, the flock sometimes taken to high summer pastures by the young men of the village, while the older ones tend the lower fields. In the house, weaving at the loom, woodwork by the fire in the evenings, the making of the cheeses and the preserves, and the wine that supplement the grain-based diet. Women's work and men's work are sharply divided, but equally essential. Nothing in this household is wasted. Nothing can be. And then the tax collector comes, perhaps every few months, perhaps seasonally, to assess what is owed and to collect it. And then, perhaps, an Ottoman military levy passes through, requisitioning supplies or labor. These moments are when the distant empire becomes present and immediate, when the village remembers, if it had managed to forget, that it is not its own master. And then the official moves on, and the village returns to its own rhythms, the weaving, the harvest, the church on Sunday morning, the feast day of St. George in the spring, the slow, full, difficult, enduring ordinary life of a Bulgarian village, going on as it has always gone on, in the only way it knows how. This is the heart of the Bulgarian story in some ways, not the kingdoms or the conquests, though those matter enormously, but this, the ordinary village going on, the fire kept, the fields tended, the children raised, the church attended, the old songs sung at the old festivals with their old words, carrying in them the memory of something older than anyone present can name. Through every empire, through every foreign administration, through every political upheaval that changed the names of the rulers and the language of the tax collector, this life continued, not unchanged. It was always changing, always absorbing and adapting and letting go of what could no longer be held, but continuous, unbroken, rooted in the soil and the faith and the language in a way that no conqueror, however powerful, could entirely uproot. That persistence is, in the end, what made the modern Bulgaria that we'll begin to approach in the next chapter. The national revival of the 18th and 19th centuries, the flowering of Bulgarian consciousness, the schools and the printing presses and the monasteries and the eventual armed uprising for independence, did not come from nowhere. It came from those villages, from all those quiet, stubborn, ordinary lives, lived across all those centuries, keeping something alive that the world kept trying to extinguish. Let the village settle around you now, the firelight, the sound of weaving, the smell of bread, the church bell in the morning, calling the village to what it has always known. Chapter 8. Transition to the modern era. Something was stirring. After 5 centuries of Ottoman rule, 5 centuries in which Bulgarian statehood had existed only as a memory, kept alive in monastery libraries and village churches, and the quiet persistence of a language that no empire had managed to extinguish, something was beginning to move. Quietly at first, in the schoolrooms of newly founded Bulgarian schools, in the print shops where the first Bulgarian language newspapers were taking shape, in the minds of young men who had read Voltaire and Rousseau and had begun to ask, with a new urgency, why their people should not have what the peoples of France and Greece and Serbia were beginning to claim for themselves. This was the Bulgarian national revival. It was not a single event, but a movement. a gathering wave of cultural energy, political ambition, and national feeling that built across roughly a century, from the late 18th century through to the achievement of formal independence in 1878. It was one of the most significant periods in Bulgarian history, and it produced some of the most beloved figures in the Bulgarian national memory. And it began, as so many great transformations do, not with a revolution, but with a book. In 1762, a monk named Paisius of Hilandar wrote a work called The Historia Slaviano-Bulgarskaya, the Slavonic Bulgarian history. It was a history of the Bulgarian people and the Bulgarian church, written in a vernacular Bulgarian that ordinary people could read. And it ended with a passionate appeal to Bulgarians to be proud of their language and their history, to stop imitating the Greeks, to remember who they were. It circulated in handwritten copies for decades before it was printed, but it circulated, and the seed it planted would eventually flower into the national revival that changed everything. The Bulgarian national revival was not purely a product of romantic feeling, though feeling was certainly part of it. It had material roots as well. Roots in the economic changes that were reshaping Bulgarian society in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. As Ottoman trade networks expanded and as European markets became more accessible, a new class of Bulgarian merchants and craftspeople began to accumulate modest but real prosperity. The textile towns of the Central Balkans, Koprivstica, Gabrovo, Treavna, became centers of craftsmanship and commerce, producing woolen goods and metalwork and leather for markets across the empire and beyond. With economic prosperity came the possibility of investment in culture and education. Wealthy Bulgarian merchants funded the building of schools. They funded the printing of books. They endowed churches that were also, in their architecture and their painted interiors, expressions of a specifically Bulgarian aesthetic pride. The revival was, among other things, what happens when a people begins to have enough material security to invest in its own future. To ask not just how to survive the next winter, but what kind of community it wants to be. And into this newly prosperous and newly self-conscious world came the ideas of the European Enlightenment and, later, the electric shock of the French Revolution, the revolutionary proposition that peoples, not dynasties, were the legitimate basis of political authority, that a nation was something real, something with rights, something that deserved to govern itself. These ideas, carried into Bulgarian towns by travelers and translated texts and the conversations of educated men, did not simply describe a new political philosophy. They named something that Bulgarians had always on some level felt, but had never had a language to articulate. The first great project of the national revival was not political, but educational. Before a people can claim sovereignty, it must be literate, must be able to read and write in its own language, to debate its own history and culture, to pass its own traditions to the next generation through books rather than only through the fragile medium of oral memory. The Bulgarian awakeners understood this instinctively. Schools came first. The first Bulgarian secular schools began opening in the 1830s and 1840s. Modest buildings in provincial towns, taught by men who had often educated themselves at great personal effort and expense, using textbooks they had sometimes written themselves. The curriculum was conducted in Bulgarian, which sounds obvious, but was at the time a deliberate political act. The Greek-dominated church schools that had previously served the Bulgarian community taught in Greek, and insisting on Bulgarian as the language of instruction was a claim about the nature of Bulgarian identity. We are a distinct people. We have our own language. Our children will be educated in it. Alongside the schools came the printing presses and the newspapers. Bulgarian language publications began to multiply in the mid-19th century, carrying news, literary works, educational content, and political commentary. For a community that had been largely oral for centuries, the arrival of print culture was transformative. It created a shared public space in which ideas could circulate, be debated, be refined across the entire Bulgarian-speaking world rather than just within a single village or town. A national conversation became possible for the first time. The question of the church was, for 19th century Bulgarians, both a spiritual and a deeply political matter. Since the Byzantine conquest of the First Bulgarian Empire in 1018, the Bulgarian Church had been subordinated to the Greek Patriarchate in Constantinople. Under Ottoman rule, this meant that the ecclesiastical authorities over Bulgarian Christians were Greek, conducting services in Greek, filling church positions with Greek clergy, oriented toward Greek cultural interests rather than Bulgarian ones. For Bulgarian nationalists, this was not merely an ecclesiastical inconvenience. It was an assault on Bulgarian identity conducted through the most intimate channel available. The church that married you and baptized your children and buried your dead. The struggle for an independent Bulgarian church became one of the central campaigns of the national revival, pursued through petition, through protest, through the increasingly determined pressure of Bulgarian communities across the Ottoman Empire. It was a long fight, lasting decades, but in 1870, the Ottoman Sultan, responding to Bulgarian pressure and to his own political calculations about managing the nationalities of his empire, issued a firman, an imperial decree, establishing the Bulgarian Exarchate, an independent Bulgarian church with its own head, conducting its services in Bulgarian, responsible to the Bulgarian community rather than to Constantinople. It is difficult, from the distance of a century and a half, to fully convey what this meant. The Exarchate was not a state. It had no army, no territory, no political sovereignty, but it had something almost as important: institutional recognition that the Bulgarians were a distinct people with a distinct ecclesiastical identity. The church became, in the years that followed, one of the primary vehicles through which Bulgarian national consciousness was organized and expressed, a framework within which the community could gather, deliberate, and begin to imagine what it might eventually become. Cultural revival and educational renewal were essential, but for some Bulgarians, they were not enough. The national revival also produced revolutionaries, men who had concluded that the Ottoman Empire would never voluntarily grant Bulgarian independence, and that armed struggle was the only path to liberation. Georgy Rakovsky was perhaps the first great figure of Bulgarian revolutionary nationalism, a poet and activist who organized armed bands and wrote extensively about the need for Bulgarian liberation, though his plans for armed uprising were never fully realized. After him came Vasil Levski, perhaps the most beloved figure in all of Bulgarian history, who traveled through the Bulgarian lands in the late 1860s and early 1870s, organizing a network of revolutionary committees, building the infrastructure of a liberation movement with extraordinary courage and dedication. Levski was captured by the Ottomans in 1872 and hanged in Sofia in 1873. He was 35 years old. He had given everything he had to the cause of a free Bulgaria, and he died before it was achieved. His name is still invoked in Bulgaria with a reverence that has something of the sacred about it. Lyuben Karavelov and Risto Botev, the poet revolutionary who died leading an armed band across the Danube in 1876 at the age of 28, completed this generation of revolutionary figures. They were poets as well as fighters, which is characteristic of their era. In the Bulgarian national revival, the pen and the sword were understood as complementary instruments of the same struggle. The words that shaped national consciousness and the deeds that demonstrated its depth were seen as parts of a single, indivisible project. In April 1876, the uprising that the revolutionary committees had been planning finally broke out, beginning in the rose-growing town of Koprivshtitsa, spreading to other towns and villages across the Bulgarian lands. It was not well coordinated. It was premature in some areas, delayed in others, and the Ottoman response was overwhelming in its ferocity. Irregular Ottoman forces, the Bashi Bazouks, suppressed the uprising with massacres so extreme that they horrified even the Ottoman authorities. Entire villages were burned. Thousands of civilians were killed. The town of Batak became a name synonymous with atrocity, its population slaughtered in circumstances that European journalists and investigators documented in detail and transmitted to an appalled European public. The April uprising failed as a military venture, but it succeeded dramatically and decisively as a political one. The reports of what had happened, published in the British press by the journalist Januarius Magehan, taken up by William Ewart Gladstone in his famous pamphlet on the Bulgarian horrors, turned Bulgaria into an international cause. The moral pressure on the European powers to respond to the Ottoman treatment of its Bulgarian subjects became, for a moment, overwhelming, and it provided the diplomatic context within which Russia, pursuing its own strategic interests but also responding to genuine popular outrage among Russian Slavophiles, went to war with the Ottoman Empire. The Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878 was fought, in part, on Bulgarian soil, across the Balkan Mountains, through the Shipka Pass, in the siege of Pleven. Russian soldiers and Bulgarian volunteers fought side by side against Ottoman forces in engagements that were brutal and costly on both sides. The Russians won, and their victory meant, among other things, that Bulgaria's fate was now to be decided not by the Ottomans alone, but by the great powers of Europe, assembled at the negotiating table to manage the consequences of Ottoman decline. The debt that modern Bulgaria owes to Russia for its liberation is real and complicated. Real because without the Russian military intervention of 1877 to 78, Bulgarian independence would not have come when it did, or perhaps at all. Complicated because Russian interests and Bulgarian interests did not always align, and because the question of Russian influence over Bulgaria would remain a source of tension for the next century and beyond. The gratitude was genuine. The independence it enabled was also genuine. The two things sat together uneasily, as they still do in Bulgarian memory. The preliminary peace treaty signed at San Stefano in March 1878 was, for Bulgarians, a moment of extraordinary, almost overwhelming hope. The treaty proposed a large Bulgarian autonomous state, encompassing most of the Bulgarian-speaking territories of the Balkans, from the Danube to the Aegean, from the Black Sea to the Albanian mountains. Greater Bulgaria. The Bulgaria that many had dreamed of. The Bulgaria that corresponded to the territory where Bulgarian language and culture were dominant. It lasted 3 months. The great powers of Europe, Britain and Austria-Hungary in particular, alarmed by the prospect of a large Russian client state dominating the Balkans, forced a renegotiation at the Congress of Berlin in the summer of 1878. The large Bulgarian state was drastically reduced. Macedonia was returned to the Ottomans. Thrace was divided. What remained was a smaller principality of Bulgaria in the north, and an autonomous province called Eastern Rumelia in the south, both formerly still under Ottoman suzerainty. The Bulgaria of San Stefano was gone. In its place was something much smaller, much more constrained, and permanently defined by what it was not, by the territories and populations that had been excluded. The Treaty of Berlin, its map, its exclusions, its diplomatic horse trading conducted over the heads of the Bulgarian people, cast a long shadow over Bulgarian politics for the next 4 decades. The aspiration to reunite the Bulgarian lands, to recover what San Stefano had promised and Berlin had taken away, drove Bulgarian foreign policy through 2 Balkan wars and a catastrophic alignment with the losing side in the First World War. The geography of disappointment, inscribed at Berlin in 1878, shaped the trajectory of an entire nation. The Principality of Bulgaria that emerged from the Congress of Berlin was, in practical terms, a functioning state almost from the beginning, whatever its nominal subordination to the Ottoman Sultan implied. A constitution was drawn up at a Grand National Assembly convened in Veliko Tarnovo, the medieval capital chosen for its symbolic resonance, in 1879. The capital was soon moved to Sofia, the city in the Western Basin that had been strategically central to the region since Roman times. A prince was chosen, Alexander of Battenberg, a young German nobleman with Russian connections who arrived in his new country without knowing its language, and with the full weight of great power expectations on his shoulders. The early years of the Principality were turbulent. Bulgarian politics was fierce and factional. Relations with Russia, the putative protector, were strained by Bulgaria's stubborn insistence on its own independence of action. Relations with the Ottomans and with Bulgaria's neighbours were complicated by unresolved territorial questions. But through all of this turbulence, the institutions of a modern state were being built: a parliament, a legal system, an army, a system of public education, a bureaucracy. Bulgaria was learning at speed how to be a country in the modern European sense. Full independence came in stages. In 1885, the Principality of Bulgaria and the autonomous province of Eastern Rumelia were united. A popular uprising in Rumelia, quickly endorsed by the Bulgarian government, merged the two territories over the protests of the great powers, but with a resolve that proved impossible to reverse. It was a moment of real national pride. Bulgaria had acted unilaterally, had achieved something the Congress of Berlin had denied it, and had gotten away with it. The great powers grumbled and adjusted. Then, in 1908, the opportunity for full formal independence presented itself. The Ottoman Empire was convulsed by the Young Turk Revolution, and in the confusion, Prince Ferdinand, who had replaced the exiled Alexander of Battenberg in 1887, stood in the medieval church of the 40 Martyrs in Veliko Tarnovo and proclaimed the Kingdom of Bulgaria, fully independent, subject to no one. It was symbolically the completion of what the April uprising had begun 32 years earlier. Bulgaria was at last entirely its own master. Behind all of this, behind the wars and the treaties and the proclamations, was a generation of remarkable people who are remembered in Bulgaria as the Vazrajdanci, the people of the revival, the teachers and priests and merchants and poets and revolutionaries and journalists who built the cultural infrastructure of modern Bulgarian nationhood. People like Paisius, whose history had started it all. Like Neofit Rilski, who standardized the Bulgarian alphabet. Like Petko Slaveykov, whose journalism and poetry shaped a Bulgarian public culture. Like the school teachers, many of them women, which was unusual for the era, who opened Bulgarian schools in villages that had never had one. These were not, for the most part, grand historical figures in the traditional sense. They were educators and writers and clergymen, people who worked with pens and printing presses and blackboards rather than swords. But their contribution to the existence of modern Bulgaria was as real as anything achieved on the battlefield. Without the schools they founded, without the books they wrote, without the national consciousness they patiently cultivated across decades of unglamorous intellectual labor, the military and political achievements of liberation might never have had a Bulgaria ready to receive them. Bulgaria remembers them every year. The 1st of November is the Day of National Awakeners, a public holiday in which the country honors the teachers, writers, clergy, and intellectuals who gave it its modern identity. It is not a day of military parades or political speeches. It is a day of quiet commemoration, of flowers laid at statues, of school ceremonies, of the recognition that a nation is built not only by its soldiers and its statesmen, but by everyone who ever taught a child to read in the right language, or wrote a book that reminded a people who they were. This chapter has been a long journey through a concentrated and remarkable period, roughly a century in which Bulgaria moved from a subject religious community within the Ottoman Empire to a fully independent European kingdom. It was a journey made possible by the economic growth that gave Bulgarians resources to invest in their own revival, by the schools and printing presses that gave them a shared culture to rally around, by the church that gave them institutional identity, and by the men and women, the teachers and the revolutionaries and the quiet, steady awakeners, who refused to let the idea of Bulgaria fade away. The story of how a people recovers itself after centuries of foreign rule is never simple. It is messy and contested and full of competing visions of what the recovered country should look like. The Bulgaria that emerged in 1878 was not the Bulgaria that everyone had dreamed of. It was smaller than hoped, more complicated than imagined, burdened by the legacy of what Berlin had denied. But it was real, and it was, after so very long, its own. In the final chapters of our journey, we'll look at what Bulgaria has become, what it is known for in the world today, and what daily life looks and feels like in the modern country. We are nearly home. But for now, let the long arc of this chapter settle. The monk in his cell, writing his history by candlelight. The school teacher in a village classroom, teaching children to read in their own language. The revolutionary crossing a mountain pass in the dark. The diplomats in Berlin drawing lines on a map. The prince in Tarnovo making a proclamation in a language he had, at last, learned to call his own. Chapter 9. Things the country is known for today. We have been travelling through a very long time together, from the hominins of Kozanica to the Neolithic farmers, to the Thracian kings, to the Bulgarian Tsars, from a world of stone tools and cave fires to the printing presses and revolutionary committees of the 19th century. It has been, in the truest sense, an ancient journey. Now we step out of the deep past and into something more immediately recognizable. We step into the Bulgaria that exists today. The country as it presents itself to the world, the things it is celebrated for, the qualities and places and traditions that have earned it a distinctive identity in the broader cultural landscape of modern Europe. Bulgaria is not, as we have noted before, a country that announces itself loudly. It does not dominate the headlines or the popular imagination the way some of its neighbors do. And yet, to those who know it, who have walked its monasteries or stood in its rose fields in early June, or heard a Bulgarian women's choir in full voice, it leaves an impression that is very difficult to shake. There is something in this country that is genuinely, irreducibly itself. Something that all those centuries of being governed from elsewhere and all those waves of outside influence never quite managed to dilute. This chapter is a celebration of that self, a slow walk through the things that Bulgaria has given to the world, and to those who are fortunate enough to find their way there. We begin where Bulgarian history begins, with the Thracians. We spoke in an early chapter about the Varna necropolis, the Chalcolithic cemetery near the Black Sea coast, where the oldest worked gold objects in the world were found. That gold was just the beginning of what the Bulgarian earth has yielded. The Thracian civilization that dominated this land in the first millennium BC was among the great metalworking cultures of the ancient world, and the objects they made, and the hoards they buried, are among the most spectacular archaeological finds anywhere in Europe. The Panaguriste treasure, discovered by chance in 1949 by workers at a tile factory, is perhaps the most famous of these hoards. It consists of 9 golden vessels, a phaeton shaped like the head of a ram, cups decorated with mythological scenes, a rhyton in the form of an Amazon's head, all made with a skill and artistry that still astonishes modern goldsmiths. The objects were almost certainly used in religious ritual, passed around at the sacred feasts of the Thracian nobility. They are kept today in the National Historical Museum in Sofia, where they sit in their cases with the quiet authority of things that know they are extraordinary. The Varna gold, the Panagurishte treasure, the Lukovic treasure, the Rogozin treasure. Bulgaria has produced more significant Thracian gold hoards than almost any other country in the world. Beneath Bulgarian soil, the ancient wealth of a vanished civilization still waits to be found. Every few years, another hoard surfaces, another set of ancient hands reaching across 3,000 years to leave something glittering in ours. From gold to stone, from the Thracian past to the medieval one. Bulgaria's monasteries are among the most visually arresting places in all of southeastern Europe, and among the most spiritually resonant. There are hundreds of them, scattered through the mountains and the river valleys, some small and little visited, some vast and thronged with pilgrims and tourists alike. But the greatest of them, Rila, in the mountains south of Sofia, is in a category of its own. Rila Monastery was founded in the 10th century by a hermit saint named John of Rila, who retreated into the mountains in search of solitude and ended up attracting a community of followers wherever he went. The monastery that grew around his memory became the spiritual heart of Bulgarian orthodoxy, a place of pilgrimage, a repository of manuscripts and sacred objects, a fortress of Bulgarian identity during the long centuries of Ottoman rule, when the culture it preserved might otherwise have been lost. Its current buildings, rebuilt after a fire in the 19th century, form one of the great architectural ensembles of the Balkans. A striped stone exterior enclosing a courtyard of extraordinary beauty, dominated by a church whose painted portico, every surface covered with vivid, detailed frescoes, leaves most visitors speechless. Bojana Church, on the outskirts of Sofia, is smaller and quieter, but it holds something that even Rila cannot match. A cycle of frescoes painted in 1259 that are considered among the finest examples of medieval European painting. The faces in those frescoes have a psychological depth and naturalistic quality that feels almost out of time. Centuries before the Italian Renaissance brought such qualities to Western European art, a Bulgarian painter in a small church on the slopes of Vitosha was painting human beings who looked genuinely human. Bojana is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is also simply and purely beautiful. If you have never heard Bulgarian folk music, truly heard it, in a quiet space, given your full attention, then you have missed one of the world's stranger and more beautiful sonic experiences. Bulgarian traditional music operates in rhythmic and harmonic territories that Western ears find genuinely disorienting at first, and then, as the ear adjusts, genuinely captivating. The rhythms are in odd meters, 5 beats, 7 beats, 9 beats, that Western classical and popular music almost never uses. The vocal technique, particularly in the female choral tradition, involves a tight, penetrating tone quite unlike anything in the European classical tradition. The diaphonic female choirs, two-voice singing in which the upper voice moves in close, sometimes clashing intervals above a sustained lower note, creating a sound that buzzes and shimmers in the air, have become internationally recognized as one of the world's great vocal traditions. The 1986 recording, Le Mystère des Voix Bulgares, The Mystery of the Bulgarian Voices, introduced this music to audiences worldwide, and sold millions of copies, an extraordinary commercial success for what is essentially a collection of archaic village songs. Among the most celebrated living examples of this tradition are the Bistrica Grannies, a group of elderly women from the village of Bistrica near Sofia, who sing and dance in the old style, wearing traditional costumes, performing songs and rituals that have been passed down through generations of women in their community. UNESCO has recognized them as bearers of an intangible cultural heritage of humanity, a formal acknowledgement that what they carry in their voices and their memories is irreplaceable, and that the world would be poorer without it. When you hear them sing, you understand why. Bulgaria's folk calendar is dense with rituals, customs that are old enough that their origins are only partially legible, rooted in pre-Christian practice, but long since absorbed into and reshaped by Orthodox tradition. Two of the most distinctive are so deeply embedded in Bulgarian life that they have become inseparable from any image of the country. The martinitsa is a small ornament made of twisted red and white threads, worn on clothing, tied to wrists, hung on fruit trees, given to friends and family on the 1st of March to welcome the coming spring. The red and white symbolize something about the balance of forces in the natural world, life and vitality perhaps, though the precise original meaning is lost in time. What is not lost is the practice itself. Every year, on the 1st of March, millions of Bulgarians exchange martinitsi, wearing them until the first stalk or the first blossoming tree signals that spring has truly arrived, and then hanging them on a branch as an offering. It is a custom that has the quality of genuinely old magic, performed by modern people with smartphones in their pockets, in cities with glass office buildings, and feeling entirely natural. The kukeri are something else again. On certain days of the winter calendar, men in extraordinary costumes, layered animal skins and furs, enormous carved wooden masks with horns and staring eyes, heavy bells jangling at their waists, process through the streets of Bulgarian villages, making a noise calculated to drive away evil spirits and bring fertility to the year. The kukeri processions are wild, loud, physically imposing affairs, bearing the unmistakable marks of an ancient ritual that Christianity absorbed rather than extinguished. Watching them, it is not difficult to believe that something very old indeed is being performed, something that the Thracians might have recognized. In the valley between the Balkan Range and the Srednjegora Mountains, a long, sheltered strip of land in central Bulgaria, known simply as the Rose Valley. Something happens in late May and early June that has been happening for roughly 300 years. The roses bloom. The damask rose, Rosa damascena, produces a small pink flower with an intensely concentrated fragrance, a scent so complex and so rich that it has become the foundation of high-end perfumery across the world. Bulgaria's Rose Valley produces somewhere between 60 and 80% of the world's supply of rose oil, the essential oil distilled from the petals, making it the single most important source of this ingredient anywhere on Earth. It takes roughly 3 to 5 tons of rose petals to produce a single kilogram of rose oil. That kilogram can be worth tens of thousands of euros. The Bulgarian rose industry is quietly one of the most economically significant specialist agricultural industries in Europe. But the roses are more than an industry. They are an image, a symbol that has attached itself to Bulgaria in the way that tulips attach to the Netherlands or lavender to Provence. The Rose Festival, held each June in the town of Kazanlak, at the heart of the Rose Valley, is one of Bulgaria's most beloved celebrations. A week of music and folk costume, and the ceremonial picking of roses at dawn, when the flowers are at their most fragrant, and the valley smells like nothing else in the world. To be in the Rose Valley in early June, in the early morning, with the mist still in the folds of the hills, and the scent of 300 years of careful cultivation rising from the fields on either side of the road, that is one of the particular pleasures of the world that Bulgaria specifically offers. There is nowhere else quite like it. One of the things that makes Bulgarian culture so distinctive and so difficult to explain to someone who hasn't encountered it directly is the layering, the way Thracian, Slavic, Bulgar, Byzantine and Ottoman influences have been woven together over 2.5 millennia into something that is not reducible to any single one of its components. It shows up in the food, in the slow-cooked stews and the yogurt, and the banitsa cheese pastry, and the grilled meats that carry traces of every culture that has ever cooked on this land. It shows up in the music, in the Thracian-inflected rhythms, the Byzantine-derived modes, the Slavic melodic traditions, all present simultaneously in the texture of a single folk song. It shows up in the language, a South Slavic language that has absorbed Greek and Turkish loanwords alongside its Slavic roots, creating a vocabulary that is a quiet map of Bulgarian history. And it shows up in the religious art, in the icon tradition that draws on Byzantine models, but has developed its own distinctly Bulgarian character, its own particular palette, its own characteristic treatment of the human face. This cultural layering is not something that Bulgarians constructed deliberately. It happened over centuries of living at the crossroads, of being the place where different worlds met and exchanged and blended. The result is something genuinely unique, a culture that is European in its Orthodox Christian framework and its Slavic linguistic base, but that carries within it something older and stranger, something that was already ancient when Europe was still being formed. Bulgaria's cities carry their history visibly and without apology. Plovdiv, ancient Philippopolis, Roman Tremontium, Ottoman Philip, is often described as one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Europe, a claim it shares with a handful of other places, but that feels particularly vivid here, where Roman amphitheatre walls rise from the middle of the old town and medieval Bulgarian houses lean over cobbled streets above them. The old town of Plovdiv is a place where centuries coexist with an easy naturalness, where you can eat breakfast in a 19th century National Revival house and spend the afternoon in a Roman forum, and it all feels like a single coherent place rather than a museum of disconnected fragments. Veliko Tarnovo, the medieval capital of the Second Bulgarian Empire, set in a dramatic loop of the Yantra River Gorge, has a completely different character. It is a city that feels actively conscious of its medieval past, oriented toward the great Tsarevets fortress that dominates the bend of the river from its rocky hill. The view from Tsarevets over the city and the gorge is one of the great views in Bulgaria. a landscape that speaks directly and powerfully to the ambitions and the pride of the medieval Bulgarian state that built there. And then there is Nessebar, the ancient Greek colony of Mesembria on the Black Sea coast. Now a small peninsula connected to the mainland by a narrow causeway, its narrow streets lined with Byzantine and medieval Bulgarian churches, whose stonework has been weathering for 1,000 years. UNESCO has listed it. Standing in it on a quiet October morning, with the sea on 3 sides and the old churches catching the low autumn light, it is not difficult to understand why. We began this journey with geography, with the shape of the land, the mountains and the plains and the sea. And the land, it turns out, is one of the things Bulgaria is most celebrated for. Not in the way of countries whose natural scenery is their primary international identity, but in the quieter sense that Bulgaria's mountains and forests and rivers are genuinely magnificent, and that they remain, compared to much of Western Europe, relatively untrammeled. The Rila Mountains in the southwest contain Musala, the highest peak in the Balkans, as we noted at the very beginning. But they also contain Rila National Park, a vast protected area of glacial lakes and ancient forests and high alpine meadows that is one of the most beautiful landscapes in southeastern Europe. The 7 Rila lakes, arranged in a chain up the side of a glacial valley, each one slightly smaller and slightly higher than the one below, are among the most visited natural sites in the country, and justly so. The Pirin Mountains to the south are wilder and in some ways even more dramatic. Limestone peaks and deep gorges and forests of Macedonian pine that exist nowhere else in the world. Pirin National Park is a UNESCO World Natural Heritage Site. The Rhodope Mountains, stretching along the southern border, are softer and more ancient feeling, deeply forested, full of rivers and gorges, dotted with traditional villages that have changed relatively little in the past century. Each of these ranges has its own character, its own light, its own particular quality of silence. Together, they make Bulgaria a country in which the natural world is still genuinely present, not just visible on the horizon, but immediate, alive, close at hand. The Orthodox Christian tradition is woven into Bulgarian identity so completely that it is sometimes hard to see where the religious ends and the cultural begins. The church calendar structures the Bulgarian year. The great feasts, Christmas, Easter, Epiphany, the feast days of the patron saints of particular towns and villages, are as much social and cultural events as they are religious ones. Even Bulgarians who do not consider themselves especially devout participate in the rituals of the Orthodox year, because those rituals are not only about faith, they are about continuity, about community, about the particular texture of a Bulgarian life. The icon tradition is perhaps the most visible artistic expression of this heritage. Bulgarian icon painting developed its own distinct character within the broader Byzantine tradition. A certain warmth of color, a particular directness in the treatment of the human face, a quality that has been described as simultaneously hieratic and intimate. The great icon painters of the Bulgarian National Revival period, figures like Zahari Zograf, who painted the frescoes at Rila and Bachkovo, and whose self-portrait in the Rila narthex is one of the most remarkable images in Bulgarian art, brought this tradition to its highest point. The monasteries, as we have noted, were the keepers of Bulgarian identity during the Ottoman centuries. Today, they remain places of genuine spiritual life as well as major cultural sites, inhabited by monks and nuns who maintain the old practices, offering hospitality to pilgrims and travelers, sitting in their mountain valleys with the quiet authority of institutions that have outlasted every empire that has ever pressed against them. And then, perhaps most essentially, there is the human warmth of the place. Bulgaria's reputation for hospitality, for the particular quality of welcome that the country extends to those who arrive in it, is one of those national characteristics that is easy to dismiss as tourist brochure cliché, and yet turns out, when you encounter it, to be entirely real. The traditional Bulgarian household, even today, even in the cities, operates on principles of generosity that can feel almost overwhelming to visitors from more reserved cultures. Food appears, wine appears, more food appears. The guest is accommodated, fed, welcomed with a sincerity that has nothing performative about it. It comes from something deep in the culture, from the long tradition of the extended family household, where resources were shared as a matter of necessity, and where the distinction between family and honored guest was always porous. The folk traditions that express this warmth are still alive in Bulgaria in ways that they are not in many European countries. The horo, the traditional circle dance performed at every festival, every wedding, every significant community gathering, draws people of all ages into a shared physical rhythm that is one of the most direct expressions of communal belonging imaginable. The traditional costumes, embroidered, specific to region and occasion, made with a care and skill that modern fast fashion renders almost incomprehensible, are still worn at folk festivals across the country, not as museum pieces but as living expressions of a pride in craft and in heritage that has never quite been relinquished. In the wood carving of the Triavna school, in the embroidery of the Rhodope villages, in the pottery of the Trojan tradition, in the copperwork of Itara, Bulgaria makes beautiful things in the old way, with the old skills, with the unhurried attention that making beautiful things has always required, and it shares them generously with anyone who cares to look. This has been a chapter of surfaces, of the things that Bulgaria presents to the world, the qualities that a visitor encounters, the treasures and traditions that have earned this small country its distinctive place in the cultural geography of Europe. But I hope that, having travelled with us through the chapters that came before, these surfaces feel richer than they might have otherwise. The Rila frescoes are more resonant when you know that the monastery that houses them kept Bulgarian identity alive through 5 centuries of Ottoman rule. The kukri are more vivid when you remember that their roots reach back past the medieval church and into the Thracian world. The Martinitsa is more moving when you understand that it has been tied onto wrists every 1st of March, for longer than anyone can reliably say. Everything in Bulgaria carries its history close to the surface. That is the thing about a place that has been inhabited for so very long, by so many different peoples, all of whom left something behind. The gold in the museum was buried by hands that are now dust. The fresco was painted by a man whose name we barely know. The song was learned from a grandmother who learned it from hers. The whole country is a palimpsest, layer upon layer of living and making and remembering. And every beautiful thing you encounter in it is a window into all the layers below. In our final chapter, we'll take a last look at Bulgaria as it is today, the modern country, its people, its position in the world, the texture of contemporary Bulgarian life, and then we'll rest. We are nearly home. Chapter 10. The Country Today. We have arrived. After a journey that began in a limestone cave more than 1 million years ago, that moved through the Neolithic and the Bronze Age, through Thracian kingdoms and Roman provinces, through medieval empires and Ottoman centuries, through the fires of the national revival and the long road to independence, we have arrived at the present, at the country as it exists today, at the Bulgaria of the 21st century. It is, in some ways, a very ordinary place. The same streets and traffic and supermarkets and coffee shops and office buildings that you would find in any modern European country. The same concerns about inflation and employment and political corruption and the cost of housing that occupies citizens across the continent. The same generation of young people growing up with smartphones and streaming services and a relationship to national identity that is more complicated and more provisional than that of their grandparents. And yet, underneath all of that ordinariness, underneath the contemporary surface of a modern European parliamentary republic, the same deep strata are present, the same ancient layering that we've been exploring throughout this entire journey. The Roman roads that ran through Sofia still define some of its street patterns. The medieval Bulgarian script still shapes the letters in which the modern country writes its laws and newspapers and text messages. The Orthodox calendar still structures the Bulgarian year. The past in Bulgaria is never entirely past. It is simply present in a quieter register, waiting for those who know to listen for it. Bulgaria today is a parliamentary republic, one of the oldest forms of government in the modern European repertoire, and one that Bulgaria has been working to perfect since the constitutional debates of 1879. It covers the same territory that has been recognizably Bulgarian since the Congress of Berlin gave it its modern shape in 1878. Approximately 110,994 square kilometers of the southeastern Balkan Peninsula, from the Danube in the north to the Rhodope foothills in the south, from the Serbian and North Macedonian borders in the west to the Black Sea in the east. The capital, as it has been since the first decades of the modern state, is Sofia, the city in the western basin, at the foot of Vitosha, on the site of the Roman Serdica and the medieval Sredets. Sofia is Bulgaria's political, economic, cultural, and intellectual center, disproportionately dominant in national life, as capital cities in smaller countries tend to be, but genuinely vibrant and genuinely complex. A city that carries its 3,000 years of history in the same matter-of-fact way that long-inhabited places always do. The people of Bulgaria, the Bulgarians themselves, number somewhere in the region of 6.5 million as of the mid-2000s. It is a figure that requires a moment's thought because it represents a significant decline from what it was not very long ago. At the peak of the communist period in the 1980s, Bulgaria had nearly 9 million inhabitants. the demographic contraction since then, driven by emigration, particularly of the young and the educated, and by a birth rate that has fallen below replacement level, is one of the most pressing and painful challenges the country faces. The Bulgarians who have left for Germany, for the United Kingdom, for Spain and Italy and the other EU member states, where Bulgarian labour has been welcome and wages significantly higher, have taken with them skills and energy and youth that the country can ill afford to lose. The villages of rural Bulgaria, already thinned by the internal migration to cities that began under communism, are in many places now reduced to the elderly and the very committed, keeping going by force of habit and affection, and a refusal to be the generation that finally lets the old places die. It is a quiet crisis unfolding over decades with no easy resolution. Bulgaria joined the European Union in 2007 as part of the same accession round as Romania, in the largest single expansion in EU history. It was a moment of real significance, representing the fulfillment of a post-communist aspiration that had been the dominant goal of Bulgarian foreign policy since the early 1990s. EU membership brought investment, brought legal frameworks, brought freedom of movement for Bulgarian citizens across the continent. It also brought scrutiny of governance, of rule of law, of the corruption that had been one of the defining problems of Bulgarian political life since the transition from communism. The relationship with Europe has continued to deepen since accession. In March 2024, Bulgaria joined the Schengen area, the passport-free travel zone that encompasses most of the EU, removing the border controls that had distinguished Bulgarian entry and exit from those of its Western neighbours. And in January 2026, Bulgaria took the further step of joining the euro area, adopting the common European currency and completing an integration into the European economic mainstream that began almost 20 years earlier. These are not small steps. Each one represents a deepening of the commitment to the European project and a further convergence with the standards and systems of Western Europe. The Bulgaria of 2026 is more thoroughly European in its institutional architecture than at any previous point in its history. More connected, more integrated, more enmeshed in the common frameworks of the continent, still working out what it wants to be. Through all of these political and economic transformations, two things have remained constant. The twin anchors of Bulgarian identity that have proven more durable than any empire or ideology: the language and the faith. Bulgarian is a South Slavic language, closely related to Macedonian and Serbian, part of the broader family of Slavic tongues that stretches from Slovenia to Russia. What distinguishes it from its relatives, most obviously, is its script. Bulgarian is written in Cyrillic, the alphabet that was developed by the disciples of Cyril and Methodius in the 9th century, promoted by the Bulgarian state as a vehicle for Slavic Christian literacy, and that now serves as the writing system for dozens of languages across the Slavic and non-Slavic world, from Russian to Serbian to Mongolian. The Bulgarians, who gave the world this script, still use it today, and they use it with a quiet pride that is entirely justified. Every Bulgarian sign, every Bulgarian newspaper, every Bulgarian text message is a small act of continuity with a decision made in a medieval monastery 12 centuries ago. The Eastern Orthodox faith, officially adopted in 864 and maintained through every subsequent upheaval, remains the religious identity of the overwhelming majority of Bulgarians. The Bulgarian Orthodox Church, autocephalous, with its own patriarch conducting its services in Old Bulgarian, is not just a religious institution but a cultural one, the keeper of the tradition that survived when the state did not, the institution that kept Bulgarian identity breathing through 5 centuries when Bulgarian statehood was only a memory. Bulgaria's economy is classified as upper middle income by international standards, which is to say that it is neither poor by global measures nor wealthy by European ones. It occupies a middle ground that reflects both the real progress of the post-communist decades and the real distance that still separates it from the living standards of Western Europe. Services, tourism, finance, information technology, retail are the largest sector of the Bulgarian economy, as they are in most modern European economies. Manufacturing remains significant, particularly in the chemical, pharmaceutical, electronics, and food processing sectors. Agriculture, though it employs far fewer people than it once did, is still part of the economic landscape in a country where the connection to the land goes very deep. The rose oil industry, the wine industry, the production of tobacco and grain and sunflowers in the Danubian plain all continue to matter. Sofia, in particular, has developed a growing technology sector in recent years. A cluster of software companies and IT services firms that has given the city's economy a new dimension and given its educated young people a reason, at least some of them, to stay. Bulgaria's challenges are real and they are known. Corruption, the persistent, corrosive presence of informal networks of power and money operating beneath the formal structures of democratic governance, has been the defining problem of Bulgarian public life since the transition from communism in the early 1990s. It shows up in the procurement of public contracts, in the administration of EU funds, in the relationship between political parties and business interests. It is not unique to Bulgaria. It is a challenge that many post-communist states have struggled with. But in Bulgaria, it has been particularly persistent, and the consequences for public trust in institutions and for the quality of governance have been significant. Alongside corruption, demographic decline is perhaps the most structurally serious challenge the country faces. A shrinking, aging population puts pressure on pension systems, on healthcare, on the sustainability of rural communities, on the long-term economic vitality of a country that needs young, productive workers. The emigration of working-age Bulgarians to higher-wage EU countries has been rational from the perspective of individual Bulgarians and painful from the perspective of the country they left. There is no simple policy solution to the problem, and it will not resolve itself quickly. Regional disparities add a further layer of complexity. Sofia grows and develops. The other major cities, Plovdiv, Varna, Burgas, have their own economic momentum, but much of rural Bulgaria, the villages of the Rhodope, the communities along the Danube, the small towns of the interior that once had factories or collective farms and now have neither, are struggling with depopulation and economic stagnation in ways that the prosperity of the capital does not address. One of the less discussed but genuinely significant aspects of Bulgaria's economy is its energy sector. Bulgaria has, for a country of its size, a substantial energy generation capacity, a legacy of communist-era investment in large-scale power infrastructure that has given the country an interesting position in the regional energy market. The Kozloduy nuclear power plant on the Danube in northwestern Bulgaria provides a significant share of the country's electricity from 2 operational reactors. The continuation of a nuclear program that dates back to the 1970s. Thermal power plants, primarily coal-fired and concentrated in the Maritsa East Basin in central Bulgaria, add further generation capacity. The combination means that Bulgaria generates more electricity than it consumes domestically, and the export of electricity to neighboring countries is a meaningful part of the national energy economy. In recent years, as Europe has grappled with energy security and the transition away from fossil fuels, Bulgaria's energy position has taken on new significance. The country's grid connects to those of its neighbours. Its generation capacity matters not just domestically, but regionally. The transition away from coal, which will be necessary to meet EU climate commitments, is one of the significant economic and social challenges facing the country over the coming decades, particularly for the communities in the Maritsa Basin, whose livelihoods are tied to the thermal power industry. We began this journey with the land, and the land remains, as it always has, one of Bulgaria's most enduring assets. The mountains that divide the country, the rivers that trace its borders, the coast that catches the morning light along its eastern edge. These are not merely scenic backdrops. They are active contributors to the Bulgarian economy and the Bulgarian quality of life. The Black Sea coast draws millions of tourists each summer, particularly from Russia, Ukraine, Romania, and the other Balkan countries, but increasingly from further afield, as Bulgaria's relative affordability makes it an attractive alternative to more expensive Mediterranean destinations. Resorts like Sunny Beach and Golden Sands are large, modern, and unapologetically commercial. But the coast also has quieter corners, small fishing villages, rocky headlands, stretches of beach that are still largely undeveloped, for those who seek something less crowded. In the mountains, a skiing industry has developed around resorts like Bansko in the Pirin, Borovets in the Rila, and Pamporovo in the Rhodope, offering European standard ski infrastructure at prices that remain significantly lower than the Alps. In summer, the same mountains serve hikers and cyclists, and those in search of fresh air and genuine wilderness. The national parks, Rila, Pirin, Central Balkans, protect ecosystems of genuine ecological value and offer landscapes of a quality that Western Europe, with its more intensive land use, can rarely match. More than 70% of Bulgaria's population now lives in urban areas, a proportion that reflects the urbanization of the communist period and has continued since. The 4 main cities each have their own distinct character, their own relationship to the country's history, their own particular texture of contemporary life. Sofia, nearly 1.3 million people in the city proper, significantly more in the metropolitan area, is a city in transition, Post-communist concrete sits alongside National Revival-era architecture and sleek, new glass buildings. The yellow paving stones of the central boulevard, the Alexander Nevsky Cathedral glowing gold in the afternoon light, the Roman rotunda of St. George half submerged in the courtyard of the Sheraton Hotel, historical layers visible from a single vantage point in the city centre. Plovdiv, Bulgaria's second city, with nearly 350,000 people, is in many ways more livable, smaller, more humanly scaled, with an old town of extraordinary beauty and a cultural life that punches well above its weight. It was a European Capital of Culture in 2019, a designation that did much to raise its international profile. Varna on the Black Sea is the country's summer capital, a port city with a significant commercial and naval history, a large beach, and an energy in summer that is quite unlike anything else in the country. And Burgas, at the southern end of the coast, is a quieter, more industrial city that nevertheless has a charm of its own and serves as the gateway to some of the most beautiful stretches of the Bulgarian Black Sea. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, Bulgaria today carries with it a cultural identity of considerable depth and distinctiveness. It is the birthplace of the Cyrillic script, a fact that is celebrated formally on the 24th of May, the National Day of Bulgarian Education and Culture, when the country pauses to honor Saints Cyril and Methodius and the Bulgarian scholars who carried their work forward. It is a day of processions and school ceremonies and the public reading of Slavic texts, a day on which a modern country makes conscious, deliberate contact with a decision made in a 9th century monastery that changed the written culture of half the world. The folk traditions that we explored in the previous chapter are not museum pieces in contemporary Bulgaria. They are practiced at festivals and family celebrations, in the villages where the old ways have never entirely stopped, and increasingly in a new kind of urban revivalism that has brought young Bulgarians back to traditional music and dance with a fresh enthusiasm. Bulgarian folk music has found new audiences at world music festivals across Europe. Young Bulgarian designers are incorporating traditional embroidery patterns into contemporary fashion. The horo is danced at weddings in Sofia office workers' halls, as well as in Rhodope mountain villages. The old things persist because they are genuinely loved, not merely preserved. The UNESCO listings, Rila Monastery, Bojana Church, the Ivanovo Rock Churches, the Pirin National Park, the Thracian tomb at Sveshtari, the Kukeri and the Nestinarstvo on the intangible heritage list, are formal international recognition of what Bulgarians have always known, that this small country in the southeastern corner of Europe holds within it treasures, natural and cultural, of genuinely world-class significance. This is Bulgaria today, a parliamentary republic of some 6.5 million people, sitting in the southeastern corner of Europe, fully integrated into the European Union and the Schengen area and the Eurozone, grappling with the real challenges of corruption and demographic decline and economic inequality, and carrying within it, present in every stone and every song and every plate of banitsa, and every Cyrillic sign above every shop door, the accumulated weight of more than 1 million years of human presence. It is not a country that announces itself. It is a country that rewards attention, a country that gives more the more you bring to it. The more history you know, the more you see, The more carefully you listen, the more you hear. A country that has been, at various points in its very long story, the most powerful state in the Balkans and a forgotten province of someone else's empire, a center of European civilization and a place that the rest of the world rarely thought about. And through all of it, patient and persistent and deeply, quietly itself, we have one chapter left, a closing, a chance to let everything we have learned settle into stillness. Closing, the end of an adventure. And so we come to rest. We have traveled a very long way together, further perhaps than you expected when you first pressed play. We began more than 1 million years ago in a limestone cave in the northwest of a country that didn't yet have a name. We followed the slow, patient accumulation of human life on this particular piece of land. The first fires, the first farms, the first copper tools, the first words carved into bone. We watched as the land grew crowded with peoples and kingdoms and empires, each one leaving its layer, each one becoming part of what came after. We walked with the Thracians through their feasting halls and their rose-scented valleys. We stood at the edge of the Danube and watched the Bulgar horsemen cross in the grey light of a 7th century dawn. We sat in the monasteries where monks kept a language alive through centuries, when the state that language belonged to had ceased to exist. We followed the school teachers and the revolutionaries of the national revival, the patient awakeners who gave a people back its voice, and we arrived at last at the country as it stands today, a parliamentary republic of 6.5 million souls, fully European in its institutional life, and fully, irreducibly Bulgarian in everything else. It is a small country. It does not always make the news. There are people alive today who have never thought about it for a single moment of their lives, and who are no less good or intelligent for that. But Bulgaria does not need to be famous to matter. It has the oldest worked gold in the world. It gave the written form to the language spoken by 300 million people. It kept a flame burning through 5 centuries when every reasonable assessment of the situation would have said the flame was out. It makes rose oil that ends up in the most expensive perfumes on earth. And it makes folk music that sounds like nothing else under the sun. And it sits in its mountains and its valleys with the unhurried confidence of a place that has been here for a very long time and expects to be here for a very long time more. Think, for a moment, of all the lives that have been lived on this land. The hominin in the Kozanica cave, pressing a stone into the surface of a bone and making a mark that no one would find for more than 1 million years. The Neolithic farmer, watching the first green shoots come up in the turned earth of a Bulgarian spring. The Thracian metalworker, drawing gold wire thinner than a thread in a workshop lit by oil lamps, making something beautiful for a king who would one day be buried with it in the dark. The Byzantine monk in his scriptorium, copying a Bulgarian text by candlelight, keeping the words alive. The woman in an Ottoman-era village, weaving at her loom on a winter evening, singing quietly to herself a song she learned from her grandmother. All of them gone now, all of them present still, in the land they left behind, in the gold in the museum cases, in the frescoes on the monastery walls, in the alphabet that carries their language forward into a future they could not imagine. In the songs that are still sung, in the same valleys, in the same language, under the same sky. That is what a country is in the end. Not a government or a border or a flag. A country is the sum of all the lives lived within it. All the ordinary mornings and difficult winters and moments of joy that left no record anywhere except in the slow geological accumulation of a place becoming itself. Bulgaria has been becoming itself for a very long time. Let that thought settle now. Let the mountains settle into stillness. The Rila and the Pirin and the old forested Rhodope, their peaks fading into the dark. Let the Danube settle, broad and slow and silver in the moonlight, moving eastward as it always has toward the sea. Let the rose field settle, empty now, the flowers harvested, the valley quiet and fragrant in the summer dark. Let the cities settle, Sofia and Plovdiv and Varna and Burgas, their lights softening, their streets growing quiet, their ancient stones cooling in the night air. Let all of it settle. Thank you for making this journey. Thank you for your attention and your patience, and the hours you gave to a small country in the southeastern corner of Europe that has more to offer than most people will ever know. Sleep well. Bulgaria will still be there in the morning.